Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are about to get started right now. Good morning. Welcome. Joanna, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to Joanna who's supporting the channel by becoming a member. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, guys. We have so much to get into. Court is in session and we just started and we have to hit the ground running. We have to kind of work backwards because we have, you know, we're a little bit delayed, I think by an hour or so, at least an hour. That's for sure. Well, let me hit the let me make sure I share this with everyone. Hey Morris, hey Laura, hey Gaslit. I see everybody. Gloria, how are you? Stormy, Joanna, thank you again. Heather Rhodes, Sandra, how are you? Nebby's in the house. Guys, thank you so much. We live now, court in session. Okay. Let's get it together, guys. Let's get it together. Do me a favor and hit that like button. It helps in the algorithm. Okay. It definitely does. It puts us back up there so we can, promote our channel into the algorithm. Hold up. Now, let me see. Make sure everything is saved on my end. Let's go. Let's get started, guys. Good morning. Hey, Fail Pessimist, Gaslit, Simply Nikki. Shout out to the first 45 people in the chat. Thank you guys for being here. I'm waiting for those notifications to go out. Morris, how are you, my love? Let's get it together. Dazzler, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So court started about an hour ago, and already yesterday was very interesting for those that did not watch. We had Don Richard up in the stand. We had Kerry Morgan. A lot of things were happening. And then at the very tail end, we had a gentleman by the name of David James. David James is a assistant of Diddy. Now, I started thinking yesterday, and I wonder what kind of a plea deal or what kind of what kind of an offer did David James take? Because apparently he is dropping names. He is dropping the names, and people are shocked to hear what is going on. Another thing I want to tell you guys is that tonight I will be dropping the first Cassie Ventura first day of her testimony and cross-examination. I will be doing it tonight, so I won't be going live tonight because I still have one more hour to edit, and there's going to be a part 2 to that because this video is almost like 2.5 hours on the first 2 hours basically of her testifying, so it's almost 2.5 hours, and some folks don't really like the lengthy videos, so it's going to be chopped up. We're going to do it that way with Cassie. Okay, shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Let's get it together. Let's go. Good morning, everyone. Hit the like button. Okay, so we have the U.S. versus Sean Combs, day 7. Today is May 20th, and personal assistant through the erotic dancer to Cassie's mother and a chef. Inner City Press, shout out to them. They are covering it as they have been for the last, I don't know, 3 weeks at this point. Has it really been 3 weeks? Crazy. 58 minutes ago, before the jurors come in, Agnifilo, who we know is the defense for Diddy, we opposed David James testifying about the incident with Suge Knight. He's going to mention D-Rock, says he was a friend of Biggie Smalls. That's decades ago, not relevant. The judge says, seems like you are previewing your cross. Ooh, ooh, ooh. My friends, enter into the chat. Suge Knight again. So apparently, I'm kind of curious. Did David James know Suge Knight? Was this before his time, after his time? Because if I remember correctly, David James was what, 2007 to 2009? I have to look at my timeline. But this is interesting. So Agnifilo already is having an issue. The judge says, seems you're previewing your cross. This is going to be interesting. So witness personal assistant David James takes the stand. And the judge, of course, greets everybody, good morning. And then the courtroom deputy, we're missing 4 jurors. It may be the subways. Lord have mercy, unacceptable. We got 4 jurors that are already late. I have a lot of people that are late in my chat. I like to understand why. David James is dropping the president's name. That's how many name drops we got going on right now. Okay, we'll reconvene. All right, so they took a little break. All right, 33 minutes ago. Jurors have been, jurors have belatedly arrived. So we have jurors that have arrived. So the attorney for the government, what about physical violence between Mr. Combs and Cassie did you personally observe? David James says, no, I did not. Do you remember a blog post? David James responds, yes, I was in LA when I came back from a club. The government, what did Mr. Combs say? David James responds, that someone was lying on him, saying he hit Cassie at the club. He went through my browser history. No one had ever done that to me. Okay. So When information got leaked, looks like Diddy got a little bit paranoid. It was like, I got to check my people, the ones that I've hired, to see what's going on. Sorry, y'all. Yes, Judge Rabbit is here. Sorry, I had to pause for a minute. So Diddy got kind of a little bit paranoid, which I'm like, that man lives in paranoia. This is what it sounds like. Did Mr. Combs give you instructions about Cassie? To bring her food at the London hotel. Some Roscoe's. What is Roscoe's? The government asks. Some delicious fried chicken in Los Angeles. Lord have mercy. He could have said some fried chicken in Los Angeles. He said some delicious fried chicken in Los Angeles. Okay. What did you do for Mr. Combs in New York? What the government is asking. I bring him applesauce, Jello, Fiji water, his toiletry bag with ointments, and just for men, we brought 40 items so he wouldn't call us later. I'd get a key like at the Trump International. David James continues. I'd set up the medicine bag in the personal LV bag. What was in it? The government asks. Viagra, ecstasy, perk. Okay, gets interrupted. I'm assuming he's going to say Percocets, but it says perk. Okay. Government then asks, how did you go about replenishing these supplies? I'd use my personal credit card. Bad boy paid me back. Who paid you back? Usually Bonds. Security guy, Roger Bonds. Mr. Combs. Did Mr. Combs ever stay alone in a hotel? David James responds, never. Usually Cassie, sometimes other women. Did he ever ask you for things during the day? He texts me for an iPod or food. An iPod? Are we aging ourselves? Government then asks, did anything strange ever happen? Yes, in Miami, he asked for an iPod from his house on Star Island. I drove it to his hotel and knocked. No answer. I had the key. I'd set up the room. What did you see? David James responds, Cassie on the bed. There was another person who sort of scurried away and the shower was on. I thought Mr. Combs was in there. Who was she? How was she sleeping? On her back, David James responds. Objection. Judge says sustain. What about the other person? David James responds. He was about 5'8" with long hair and a large endowment. He scurried away. Did you ask anything? I wasn't hired to ask about their personal affairs. That's what David James responds. Government. Did you ever pick up drugs from Mr. Combs? Yes. Percocets. At a pharmacy? Sometimes in my name. Did you ever give him permission to use your name? Give me one sec, guys. Okay, hold up. Did you ever give him permission to use your name? I don't recall that, David James says. Was there a drug dealer? David James responds, yes, one stop. Okay, so let me refresh this and figure out, because I'm sure we got new updates here. 27 minutes ago. He met with a lot of people. He met with a lot of people, the government is asking. Yes, even former presidents. Which one? David James responds, former President Obama. Enter in the chat the Obamas. Enter in the chat the Obamas. Oh my God, the Obamas. Okay, the Obamas entered in the chat. What was your understanding would have happened if you hadn't done these things? Agnifilo response. Objection. Sustain. Did you ever take ecstasy? Yes, I was drinking Ciroc. I took ecstasy. I was Diddy bopping. What do you mean? I was vibing. This guy really said Diddy bopping in court. He says I was vibing. Did you ever speak with Mr. Combs about it? He was reviewing footage of the party. We had a videographer who filmed the parties. He asked me, hey, Playboy, was that you dancing around at the party? I said, yes. And he said, I'm going to keep the video in case I ever need it. Meaning that I'd be embarrassed. David James responds. Did anything ever go missing? They said a bracelet was missing. Uncle Polly came to my hotel room and searched my belongings and those of my girlfriends at the time. Could you have said no? Objection. Agnifilo objects. Judge says, move on. Did you ever had to take a lie detector test? David James responds, yes. Who was present? David James says, just me and this gentleman. It was very intimidating. They put monitors on my head, my chest, and my hands. Could you refuse not to keep my job? A lie detector test. Oh, that's intense. It's not like he could tell HR, y'all, because there was no HR clearly. Government, did this happen again? David James responds, yes. When Mr. Combe said a watch of his had been stolen. What was the result? The gentleman told me that I seemed nervous. I said, sure I am. David James continues, once Capricorn Clark had to take a lie detector test to prove that she wasn't part of the heist of Mr. Combs' jewelry. Enter the chat, Capricorn Clark. Okay. Was there an incident at Mel's Diner with Suge Knight? David James responds, yes. I drove the Silver Navigator to get cheeseburgers there. D-Rock said, that mother effering Suge Knight. He went over and said, what's up? Suge didn't recognize him. D-Rock said, I'm Biggie's boy. What happened next? The government asked. We noticed 4 black SUVs to different sides of the parking lot. David James then says, I saw someone hand Suge Knight a gun. D-Rock said, we got to get out of here. We drove back to the house. Government then says, what did you find there? Cassie was crying. Mr. Combs got in the vehicle. I saw 3 guns on his lap. Oh my God, guys. Oh my goodness. Ooh. James, thank you so much for renewing your membership, my love. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not even wearing pearls today. I don't know, man. Um, I'm just letting you know. I'm just reading the script. That's all I'm reading. Okay, but let me keep reading. Okay, sorry, I got distracted over here. So we noticed 4 black SUVs to different sides of the parking lot. David James, I saw someone hand Suge Knight a gun. D-Rock, we got to get out of here. We drove back to the house. So then Cassie was crying. Mr. Combs got in the vehicle. I saw guns on his lap. Um, David James says, I felt calm because we'd been in a silver vehicle, now a black one. They wouldn't see us coming. He said, I know, isn't that crazy? They wouldn't see us coming. Um, what did you find at Mel's Diner? Suge Knight had left. Mr. Combs said, drive around the block. Government then asked, what did you decide? To leave the company. They offered me other positions, but I just wanted to leave. My life was at risk. David James said, to leave the company. I just want to leave. My life was at risk. Government says no further questions. Judge then looks at Agnifilo. Mr. Agnifilo? Agnifilo is about to cross, I believe. You didn't tell all this the first time. They told me to stop, to not say anything that would incriminate me. Look at the notes from your interview. Read it to yourself and then look at me. Okay. How'd you recognize Suge Knight? I listened to hip hop. Were you drinking or smoking pot? No, sir. Your mind was clear. As clear as it could be. Working 20 hours a week at 4 a.m.? Agnifilo then says, D-Rock opens the door. Suge Knight is a few cars over. Window open, says David James. David James says, D-Rock says, I'm Biggie's boy. And then Suge Knight recognizes him and gives him a dab. What's a dab? A handshake? Agnifilo then says, did you leave D-Rock at the diner? Why are you smiling? David James says, because that's a crazy question. Why would I? Oh my God. Oh, David James. Agnifilo. Didn't you leave D-Rock at the diner? David James says, that makes no sense. I'm not asking what makes sense. I'm asking you, did you? No. You said you saw Cassie and Mr. Combs. Agnifilo says. Yes, Mr. Combs drove me. Mr. Combs told me to drive. Excuse me. Oh my God. Is that the latest update? Are we up to date now? No. Another drop. You don't know where Mr. Combs got the guns, do you? I didn't know we had guns until then, Agnifilo says. Have you ever been in a situation like that? David James says no. You didn't say, I don't want to drive to Suge Knight with guns. No. Oh. Update. That's all where we're at right now. He's not dumb. He's not going to say anything that would incriminate him. I'm saying, like, and he's like, I'm not trying to die. I don't know. I don't know, man. Okay, hold up. Let me see what CNN is saying. So Combs' sister is in court today, by the way. Sean Diddy Combs' sister is in court today. His children and mother, who have been inside the court on other days, are not yet there today. Combs is wearing a heather blue sweater, a white collar shirt, and gray pants. He's talking to his attorney, Mark Agnifilo. Now, do we have an update here? Oh my goodness. No, we don't. Hold up. Now, CNN says Combs' former assistant is back on the stand. David James, a former assistant to Diddy, is back on the stand. And today, my goodness. Okay, that doesn't even look like David James from the other pictures. David James, assistant for Diddy Combs from 2007 to 2007 to 2009, testified he did not personally observe physical violence between Combs and Cassie Ventura, but heard them argue about her career more than once. In those arguments, she would express a desire to branch out more into modeling and acting, but Combs would tell her that she had to focus on her music career. This is what he testified. So remember, James worked for Combs during the early portion of Combs' relationship with Ventura. Ventura had testified she signed a contract with Combs' company, Bad Boy Records, in early 2006. Okay, so then the pair began dating in 2007 and split in 2018. James testified that Combs had several girlfriends while James worked for him. He described Kim Porter, who shared 3 children with Combs, as Combs' main girlfriend, and then listed 4 other women, including Ventura, who were his other girlfriends. He had a lot of girlfriends, what he's saying. Okay. Sure, Jan. Okay. Agnifilo says, or asks, what exact did you do before you got this job? I think he meant to say, what exactly did you do before you got this job? David James says, I was a door-to-door salesman, then personal assistant. Now you were going with guns to confront someone? It's not ideal, David James says. Damn, like, oh my goodness. All right, here we go. You knew how to get to Mel's Diner, right? I frequent there all the times. You've never seen guns before, right? No. How's that possible that he never seen guns before? If that's impossible that he never seen guns before. Because she's saying that they were in the safe, right? Thank you. That's what I heard. Hashtag Tootsie Roll. Hashtag I cannot look at, I'm not buying, don't be buying me no bags of Tootsie Rolls on Amazon. Don't do that. It's getting bad. Well, I mean, I wonder about, like, I'm like, Lord have mercy. Okay, well, okay then. Hold up. Let's see. Let me make sure I put this. Let me see. Welcome, everybody. For those that are coming through, guys, hit the like button, please, and thank you so we can get out there in the algorithm. This is 3 seconds ago. You've said you've never seen guns before, right? No, says David James. This is a radical departure from your job description. Is that an understatement? It's the understatement of the day so far. Do you have immunity? Ask my lawyer. I have some kind of offer agreement. Proffer? David James got a proffer. He's got an immunity. Oh, I am side-eyeing. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Let me know. Where's everybody at? What do you guys think? Hold up. Let me see. Now, James testified yesterday that Combs had several girlfriends. We read that part. Combs confronts James over blog posts alleging assault on Ventura, former assistant testified. So testified that he was James testified that he was on the computer at Combs' home one night when Combs was at a club with Cassie Ventura and another assistant. As soon as I entered the door, he beelined straight for me and pulled up the computer search history. James said Combs told them that someone had written a blog post lying about him and Ventura, and he wanted to see if James had written it. The former assistant testified. James says he did not see Ventura that night, but 2 days later, Combs directed him to bring her food at a nearby hotel. When James brought the food to the hotel room, he was surprised to see another member of Combs' staff answer the door instead of Ventura herself. She stayed at the hotel for about a week, he testified. So not every assistant. Okay, if you were to believe what David James is saying, it sounds like not all the assistants knew what was going on, if you know what I mean. All right, Agnifilo continues with the questioning. You didn't tell anyone about this? David James says, only my wife. Did you meet with the government this morning? Yes, briefly. And what might come up in cross? Oh, hold up. Agnifilo says, did you meet with the government this morning? Yes, briefly. And what might come up in cross? Is he allowed? I didn't know he could testify about this. I thought those deals were like kept in quietly, you know? He's not saying that. He's not saying that Obama participated in any FOs. He's saying that he met with Obama. Now, I know the internet's going to assume that because that's what the internet does. But that's what he said. I don't know. Believe what y'all want to believe. Proffer, for those that don't understand at least a legal term, is means to formally offer evidence or information to the court or to negotiate. Or in a negotiation, typically in the context of a trial investigation. It can also refer to meeting where a defendant or suspect provides information about their involvement in the criminal matter. Okay, that's what proffer means for those that don't know. So he had some kind of a deal, something. I'm good, Tasha. Thank you for asking. I'm good, y'all. I'm good. You have a bad feeling? Let me know what you guys think so far. Let's see. How's everybody doing? I mean, James seems to be folding little by little. Well, James is definitely letting other people know what's going on. Okay, hold up. So, 49 seconds ago, Agnifilo, did the Mel's Diner incident come up? Not that I recall. So, Agnifilo's asking him about what agreement and deal they had. Hold up. Sorry, y'all. So Agnifilo's asking, did you meet with the government this morning? And David said yes, briefly, and what might come up in cross. Agnifilo then says, did the Mel Diners incident come up? Not that I recall. It's this morning. What did you talk about? Your style? Some laughter. Okay. So he's telling him your style, meaning like, what did you talk about with the government? Just how you were going to, your style of questioning. Okay. And there was some laughter when he said your style. Agnifilo says, I'm dying to ask what they said, but I won't. Oh, you can't make this shit up. You cannot make him up. They can't prosecute him if he self-incriminates his night owl. I mean, that is insane. Thank you, Coach Lisa. I understand he's trying to be funny, but he could come across as hostile. I agree, Aduko, honestly, my love, because I'm like, well, is he wanting to cooperate or is he trying to be funny? He is kind of, I'm not going to lie to you. Like, he's got a little bit of a sense of humor. Okay. Combs on CNN, Combs' ex-assistant describes how he stocked up hotel rooms for the rapper. David James, a former assistant, testified that he stocked up the room. I'm just seeing if we have any updates on Inner City Press. James said that he would stock up things for Combs before his arrival, including clothing, toiletries, medicine bag, food, and drinks. He said that he would organize a collection of about 40 products, mostly skincare, for Combs in the hotel bathroom. The medicine bag typically carried 25 and 30 pill bottles, which included ecstasy, Percocet, James said. Some bottles were unmarked, he added. Combs security always carried Combs' Louis Vuitton bag, which held personal items and typically 10,000 or more in cash. He can't have no Louis Vuitton bags in prison, I'm just saying. Okay. James said that he would often replenish these items for Combs during trips. If he was restocking food or drinks, James said that he would pay for them and get reimbursed by Bad Boy Entertainment. So he had to use his own money to pay for this. When he restocked personal items such as baby oil, lubricant, and condoms, James said that he would ask security to be reimbursed for cash in Combs' bag. When he was asked if Combs would stay alone when he traveled, I don't think Mr. Combs ever stayed alone. So while he worked for Combs, James said typically Cassie would stay with Combs, but there were other women as well. Okay. All right. No update yet on the New City Press. Guys, oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Okay. Hold up. Ex-assistant describes what. Okay, hold up. Let's see. And then Combs asked for an iPod delivered to a hotel room where Ventura was found unresponsive. This is what the ex-assistant said. David James, the former assistant, testified that occasionally Combs would ask him to bring certain items, usually an iPod or food, to his hotel room while he was staying there. He recounted an incident in Miami in 2008 when Combs asked him to bring an iPod to his hotel room. James said that he said it took him about an hour to get there, and then he would knock at the door. Nobody would answer. He entered the room with his own key and saw Cassie lying on her back in the hotel room with a white comforter up to her neck. She didn't move when I entered the room. Combs was in the shower. He said Combs mentioned that he did not speak with Combs or Ventura about the incident afterwards because it wasn't his job to discuss their personal affairs. The ex-assistant describes what he says was Combs' drug use. Let's see, do we have an update? No, we don't. Good. We're good on time. David James, an assistant for Diddy, Combs, testified that he saw Combs take drugs and give them to his friends. On a couple occasions, James procured drugs for Combs' friends. He testified. A person called One Stop, that has come up a couple times actually during the cross-examinations and testifying, often brought drugs to Combs. James said James understood that Combs often took Percocet while he was operating his businesses. He preferred to take ecstasies at night. Former assistant details instances he procured drugs for Combs' friends. There's a typo CNN on your typing, but that's okay. Hold up. David James is detailing several occasions where he said he supplied Combs' drugs with Combs' friends with drugs. On a trip, with Combs, a friend of Combs texted James asking him to get cocaine. He testified. James said he arranged for cocaine for Combs' friends, but said Combs didn't ask him to do it. He said he assumed he had to do it. On another occasion, so he assumed he had to do it. He wasn't asked to do it. He just assumed that he had to take cocaine. On another occasion, during a party in Los Angeles, James recalls how Combs sent him back to the house to get ecstasy for a friend. James said he went back to Combs' house to get the ecstasy from Combs' medicine bag and brought it back to the party. The former assistant, no update yet. The former assistant alleges intimidating searches and lie detector tests over Combs' missing items. That would be so scary to take a lie detector test. That's scary. Like, anyways, if they suspect that you're stealing something, in my opinion, I'm just saying, like, being in that predicament is so scary. I'm just saying. David James, a former assistant to Sean Combs, testified about an incident where one of Combs' Cartier bracelets went missing, prompting the security to search through all of his and his then girlfriend's belongings. James said he felt like he couldn't refuse to search. On 2 occasions when Combs' possessions went missing, James had to take a lie detector test administered by a man who claimed to have formerly worked for the FBI. He testified. It was very intimidating. He said, on both occasions, James' results showed no discrepancies. James said one of Combs' security agents told him that another former employee, Capricorn Clark, had also taken a lie detector test previously. Oh, this is becoming like a mess. Cross-examination begins of the ex-assistant. The prosecution direct examination or questioning. So here's the cross-examination. Here's where Agnifilo comes in. And so when Agnifilo was questioning him, when he testified about an occasion when he went with Combs, the security guard, to a diner to get the food for Combs and his staff, when they got there, the security guard saw rival Marion Suge Knight. Okay, let me stop right here because I think we have an update. 11 seconds. We're still on cross-examination, okay? Agnifilo, I have a few more mundane questions. I love mundane questions. David James says, I love mundane questions. Where did you travel with Mr. Combs? Ibiza, London, Saint-Tropez. Were these vacations? Business oriented. Okay. He said, I love mundane questions. This guy he's got, I don't know if it's like a sense of humor or what. I don't know. Infamous, thank you so much for gifting a membership. If you've been blessed, guys, put some hearts or confettis in the chat if you've been gifted the membership. Thank you, Infamous. I appreciate you. It's all about the Benjamins. Thank you. Didi, thank you. Everybody come through, guys. And make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please. And thank you. You said, I figured any one of the employees of Diddy's are granted immunity in exchange for testimony. At this point, yes. Baby oil, right? Skincare, baby oil. Thank you. Wait, R. Kelly's hooked his staff with lie detector tests too? Oh my gosh. 1 second, guys. James is a little coach, maybe? I don't know, man. I don't know. Give me 1 sec, guys. Sorry, y'all. Had to step out for a little bit. Digging deep is something else, man. It's like, how do I say this? I don't think he was coach. I think he's trying to be funny and sarcastic. Maybe it's like the self-deprecating type of humor or something like that. You know what I mean? Like when you're nervous, you be saying like things to kind of alleviate, and it just kind of comes naturally. And I think maybe, I don't know, maybe that's just the way that he is, like how he deals. You know what I mean? That's kind of how it is. But yes, thank you, thank you. Hold up, let me move my drink over here, y'all. Okay, odd personality, I get it, but I don't know if it's like an odd personality thing more so than just dealing with like nervousness. You know, he's probably I would be nervous. I'm just saying, and I'm not making excuses because I don't know the guy, right? But he has like a sense of humor to about everything. I don't know if that kind of alleviates things. Imagine being in the courtroom hearing him talk. Combs' former assistant describes incident involving Suge Knight. Okay, so remember, he talked a little bit about the diner, right? And they, I guess, stumbled upon rival Marion Suge Knight and approached him. They talked briefly before the guard and James went inside into order. When they went back to Combs' house, Combs and Ventura were outside the house arguing. Ventura looked like she had been crying. Combs then ordered James to drive him and the security guard back to the diner to look for Knight, okay, Suge Knight. James said Combs sat in the back seat with 3 handguns in his lap. James testified. Knight was gone when they got back to the restaurant. James said that he was shook by the incident. It was the first time he felt like he was in danger as Combs' assistant. James said that he gave his notice as soon as the incident, offering to stay with Combs for 6 more months to train a replacement. He left Combs' company in May of 2009. Oh my God. I wouldn't even have, I would not have offered. I would not have offered. I've been like, bye. Mm-mm. And then defense challenges ex-assistant testimony with inconsistent accounts of the diner incident. Defense Agnifilo referenced a document from David James' meeting with the government, highlighting one where his account of the Mel's Diner event ended before he returned to Combs' home. He said that the government had instructed him to not say anything that could incriminate himself. The document also indicated that at one point he told them some of the events took place inside the diner, even though he testified today they occurred outside the diner. I think these incidents, I think these are inaccurate notes. James said. He maintained that his recollection of the majority of the events has remained consistent. Okay. Defense asked Combs' ex-assistant if he was granted immunity for testifying. All right. Do we have an update? We don't have an update yet. Defense Agnifilo asked David James if he was granted immunity for his testimony. James said that he wasn't sure of the details that were brokered by his attorney. But he believes he signed a proffer agreement, a type of agreement that gives a person some protection from prosecution. As long as he doesn't do what Keefe D did, talking about, I'm going to, don't go to Vlad TV. David James, stay away from Vlad TV. David James, stay away from Vlad TV. Okay, let me put a little SOS here. Hold up. I think we should put a little SOS just so David James know to stay away from Vlad TV, because David James, the people, you will get caught up in shit. If you just go to Vlad TV, hashtag Diddy Trial. David James, stay away from Vlad TV because you sign a proffer deal. Don't be doing no interview. Don't be doing no interviews, okay? Okay. Let's see. Diddy. That is my advice. That is my advice. Stay away from Vlad TV. Okay? That's right, Chico. That's the red flag. Good morning. Let him know. David James, stay away from Vlad TV. Okay? There are too many people get ask Keefe D. Okay, we have an update. Agnifilo, what were you hired as? David James says, give me a second. David James says, a personal liaison, but I was a personal assistant. Agnifilo then says he met a high level roster of people. Oh, I'm like spitting. Give me 1 sec, y'all. Don't like. I'll be reading. Okay. He met a high level of roster. He met a high level roster of people. David James says, a second understatement of the day. Agnifilo says, why? He met with who's who. Okay. It's like he can't answer the question. Like, I need David James to just answer the question. Agnifilo, it was important that he be prepared for these meetings, right? David James says, yes. It was important that he be on time. David James says, no, he'd change meetings to fit his schedule all the time when he didn't want to show up for certain times. I don't know. It's like he's not really answering the question. Let me go back a little bit. What were you hired as? Personal liaison, but I was a personal assistant. He met a high-level roster of people. Second understatement of the day, says James. Why? He met with who's who. Agnifilo continues. It was important that he be prepared for these meetings, right? Yes. First time he just says yes, David James says. It was important that he be on time, Agnifilo says. No. He'd change meetings to fit his schedule all the time when he didn't want to show up at a certain time. Interesting. I don't know where they're going at with the line of questioning. Where do you guys think it's going? Where do you guys think it's going? Yeah, like a liaison. That's what he said, a liaison. Mm. What do you think is off though? You've been saying every time somebody interviews though, you said that about a lot of people. What is off about it? I mean, he kind of already said he signed a proffer deal, guys. He's not trying to go to jail. And honestly, if you were David James, how would y'all act? Would you guys would you be willing to go down for a Diddy? Personal liaison to personal assistants. Let me know. I honestly don't think Vlad works for anyone but himself. Vlad is Vlad. I'm not going down for Diddy. I didn't think so. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, if you were Diddy, say you found yourself to be an assistant, would you go down for Diddy? I don't think anybody would. That's just my thought. Okay. Defense suggests ex-assistant left D-Rock at restaurant. Hold up. Okay, so he gets asked a bit about the immunity. I just respect Mr. Combs from a business perspective, former assistant says. Sean Diddy Combs, former assistant David James testified that before he began working for Combs, he was a fan of Sean Combs' clothing line. James said that he knew Combs to be a successful, self-made businessman who was a brilliant marketer. I just respect Mr. Combs for a business perspective, James said. Defense suggests ex-assistant left D-Rock at a restaurant. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo suggests repeatedly that David James actually left D-Rock at a restaurant and went back with Combs to get him. James denied this each time, testifying that it wouldn't have made sense to leave him there with Suge Knight outside yielding a gun. That would agree with that. Hold up. Do we have an update? Oh, CNN is really killing it with the fast updates. Combs travel straddled the fine line between business and personal, the ex-assistant says. During cross-examination, David James, a former assistant to Diddy, was pressed about his travels with Combs. David had testified yesterday he traveled extensively with Combs, including internationally. Today, defense attorney Agnifilo asked if there was business trips or personal trips. James said that it was a fine line. Combs' personal life and business life blended together. He described as business-oriented trips. Yeah, CNN is killing it with these really prompt updates, actually. Watch them delay now that I've said that. Let's see. Canary singing, I would be. Sometimes I say that of just about statements alone and not the people themselves. Gotcha. Maybe it shows that he's busy all the time. And what time will he have for extracurricular things? Well, he apparently was like working himself so hard. Like he didn't have an out. I don't even know how he's married if you're working from like 4 a.m. to all the way to whenever this man calls you for anything. How are you even working? That's what I want to know. How is that even possible for you to even be working if like how do you even have a life? You wouldn't be able to. I don't know. That's just my thought though, but I don't know. That's just my thought. I'm throwing freak offs this weekend. Who wants to come? Y'all are invited. I don't know about that. He is giving a lot of open-ended answers, I would say. I feel like we're not really getting a whole lot from him. But I'm not there. It might be different. Agnifilo says he had security because people wanted to touch him, right? Yes, in the airport, in McDonald's. Was he gracious? I don't think gracious is a word I'd use for Sean Combs. Did he sign autographs? No. Oh, was he gracious? Was he gracious? Like, Agnifilo, get it together. Why do you say that Sean Combs is gracious? What is that? How is that even a word to describe Sean Combs? Was he gracious? How? I'm so confused by do you know your client? Do you know who your client is? Was he gracious? What? I mean, that's one thing. I have never heard of Diddy signing autographs, actually. Just saying, like, what? Of him like stopping by for his fans or something like that. Never. Oh my god, let me see what I haven't watched the Washington Post. What did they say? The second week of Sean Combs' Sean Combs' trafficking and racketeering trial continues. A former assistant alleged setting up baby oil and drugs in separate lawsuit. Testimony from David James, a former personal assistant to Sean Combs, calls to mind similar allegations mentioned in an SA battery lawsuit from Philip Pines. I remember Philip Pines, who says that he worked for Sean Combs as an assistant in December 2019 to December 2021. Pines alleged that in his December 2024 lawsuit in California that was part of his job, that he was instructed to set up red lights, ice buckets, alcohol, MJ joints, honey packs for male blah, 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 baby oil, astro stuff, towels, illegal drugs, power banger, SEX machines, either in Combs' personal bedroom or hotel rooms for drugs and alcohol-fueled SEX parties called Wild King Nights. That is like, oh my God. I heard about Philip Pines. I think we read that lawsuit here when it dropped, that he he had to clean up too. He may be trying to line up a point, right? That's what it sounds like. Maybe he's trying to line up a point. I don't think gracious is the word to describe him. I would agree. How much smack can one person have? Good Lord, right? That's crazy. That is insane, guys. I'm waiting for an update. Let's see what CNN says. Nothing. Okay, they're not there yet. The defense is suggesting that Suge Knight incident didn't happen, at least not the way Sean Combs' former personal assistant David James said it did. Defense lawyer Mark Agnifilo asked James if he objected to going with Combs to look for Suge Knight while Combs was already holding 3 handguns. You didn't say a thing? Agnifilo asked James. Respectfully, sir, you have someone with 3 guns that's close proximity. I didn't think I had an option to say anything. To say something, James said. He agreed with Agnifilo that the incident was a radical departure from normal events during his time employed by Combs. I don't even think, like, why would I wait to train a assistant? No. I'm not gonna wait to train somebody, that way. No. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. I'm just gonna leave. Good luck to the next person. He stayed there for another 6 months. Lawyer Dub says, Mr. James saying, I don't think gracious is a word I'd use for Sean Combs. Shake my head. Having seen that there's no love for lost between Mr. James and Diddy, I don't see the wisdom of asking Mr. James if Diddy was gracious. And defense got a bad answer. Question was unnecessary. I would say so. Agnifilo, you're not bringing it, my friend. You're not bringing it here. You ask a horrible question, and what did you think he was going to say? Yes, he gave the shirt off his back. He didn't give a shit. He was not gracious. I think it's like, what are you going to do? Object to character assassination? Like what? That didn't work. And nobody said anything. I'm just saying. It's crazy. Infamous, thank you so much for this $1.99. I appreciate it. Thank you. Would the queen for the day be a kind of proffer agreement? I don't know. Really? 64 Sanho? Let me see. NBC News? I think I have them up, actually. I do. I remember the video where David James appears, right? Here it is. 10 minutes ago, that was mundane questions. The mundane is appreciated in the courtroom. In a trial filled with disturbing details of SA, the promise of mundane questions was welcome in the courtroom. In this cross-examination of James, defense lawyer Mark Agnifilo told the witness that he had a few more mundane questions. I like mundane questions, James answered, drawing laughter from the gallery. I bet. Hold up, we have an update. Nada. No update. Why did you say it was an update phone? Sorry, I'm looking at my phone. James recalled how he admired Combs and his desire to work for him. I wore the clothing early on. I was studying abroad in London in 2004. People would come up to me and say, "Where did you get Sean John from?" And I understood his global reach, his brand. I wanted to work for him. He was successful, self made, brilliant marketer. Wow. Um, Nothing. No update. Y'all, what do you guys think so far? Uh. You said defense queen for the day is a type of proffer. I just wish someone would report Diddy reaction to this guy. He's funny. I do wonder if Diddy has like busted any laughs after he speaks. Because don't you remember what he said when he got hired? Because I won't stop, can't stop, and we were we were laughing yesterday. I was like, "Oh, this guy woke it up. This guy woke it up. Hold up, queen for the day. Proffer, queen for the day. Proffer, known as Queen for the Day Agreement, is a formal agreement between a prosecutor and a defendant or prospective witness in a criminal case. It allows individuals to provide information about the crime while limiting the prosecutor's ability to use the information against them in court. Essentially, it's a temporary immunity for the duration of the interview, allowing the individuals to speak freely without fear of their words being used directly to prosecute them. You know, I will say this. I hope David James changes his identity after this. We have an update. I really hope that David James changes his identity after this, because this doesn't look like it would be safe. You know what I mean? Self-made. I don't know about self-made, but okay. Agnivolo says, you said he'd stay in the studio until 3 or 4 a.m. and you'd stay with him. James responds, yes, it was common. What sorts of things would he want to always have with him? Ketchup, for example. Ketchup? Ketchup? Like, really? He said ketchup. I don't know what, like, really? He said ketchup. I guess that's, I mean, he wanted, that's what he said. He said ketchup, for example. He's clowning? I think so. I'm like, this is not the time or place, Nikki. It is not. Objection. Although it's funny and I permit it because it's hilarious. We don't have time for this clowning. We don't have time for this clowning. Hold up. Let's see what it says. We have an update. Agnifilo, did you know he put applesauce on cheeseburgers? David says no, but I knew he likes applesauce. Agnifilo says he liked Astroglide, C words, and baby oil, but you didn't expense it through the business. Usually not. Where is he getting at? Okay, let me repeat that one more time. So David said ketchup, for example. Agnivolo says, did you know he put applesauce on cheeseburgers? Did he put applesauce on cheeseburgers? That just sounds offensive. What? Applesauce on cheeseburgers? Okay. David James says no, but I knew he liked applesauce. Agnifilo says he liked Astro stuff and C words and baby oil, but you didn't expense it through the business. Usually not. So I'm wondering if he's this is kind of where the line of questioning is going. This is what I'm thinking. Agnifilo's like making this argument of like, okay, like you're saying that David was saying that he would get things for him under his name and then he would be reimbursed later through Bad Boy, right? That's what he was doing. So he was buying these things out of his name, like the Glide and the C words and the baby oils and stuff. But he wasn't always doing it through the business. So I'm kind of wondering if Agnifilo is going to pull this, well, how do we know it wasn't for you type of situation? How do we know that it wasn't you or that wanted this stuff type of situation? I do wonder. Your dad would have applesauce in the sandwiches? Really? But on cheeseburgers, James? I feel like I know. I in the last year and a half, I have gotten to know things about Diddy that I don't think I ever really wanted to know. Would you agree? Let me know. I don't know. Agnifilo thinks he's so slick. Well, I mean, I don't know. I would fire Agnifilo after his line of questioning. What applesauce and ketchup got to do with anything? Can we, Tasha? Can we get to the point? That's what I'm saying, y'all. Can we get to the point? I don't know. You guys don't put applesauce on your burgers? See, ketchup sandwiches was one that I would eat a lot because I was, growing up as a kid, we didn't always have everything. Sometimes ketchup sandwiches or when you want, I don't know, it was like we didn't grow up with a lot of things, a lot of big foods and stuff like that. Parents going to work, and sometimes all you had to eat was ketchup sandwiches or syrup sandwiches or something. That was the story of my childhood sometimes. But we would eat bread and a condiment. Okay. I did ketchup sandwiches a lot, a lot. So I don't mind ketchup and bread. You did mayo sandwiches? You said this applesauce Rico, oh maybe? I don't know. I grew up comfortable and I always ate ketchup at the hot dog buns. Buttered tortillas? Jamie said buttered tortillas. Yeah. You find ways to fill your stomach. I'm sorry, y'all. I mean, that's just, I ain't gonna lie. And I'm sure some of you guys can relate. Sometimes, you didn't grow up with a lot. I would have given anything. Sometimes I'd go to bed and I'd be hungry, but that's just how childhood was for me sometimes. But a ketchup and what I would do is I would toast bread and then put like toast and syrup would be like a way in which I'd curb the hunger too. It was good. Yeah, you always stay grateful. You've been there. I think we all been there, right? Like for some of us regular schmegular folks. Well, you said pork chop. See, I've heard of this one before. Pork chops and applesauce. Yeah. You said sometimes applesauce is you. Oh, that's a good point. Um, Sometimes applesauce is used to mask the taste of drugs or because it's easy food to eat. Yeah, and doesn't it dissolve? Like if you were to put like drugs in applesauce, it dissolves pretty quickly, right? Diddy has always shared that applesauce has always been his favorite of his. It's nothing to it. I didn't know that. The five. You said it's easy. Yeah, like you can dissolve drugs in like applesauce and stuff like that, right? I've heard of this too. I don't know. Butter crackers was awesome. I see y'all are bringing me back to my childhood when we didn't have enough. Applesauce is a good munchies food too. Really? It depends on the type of medication. You guys are taking me back. I'll tell you what, my children don't ever have to worry about ketchup sandwiches or syrup sandwiches. That's what they never, but we did that a lot when I was growing up. Um, I've been there. Single mom, 6 kids, rice, beans, tortillas. See, the rice and beans, that's it, man. Rice and beans is everything. Definitely. So, butter or tortillas was the best. Yeah, it's always something. You always figure it out. Always figure it out. Okay. That I'm wondering about this. Hold up. Now, let me see. CNN, do you have updates? I think they do. Ooh, okay, we do. While we wait for, let me see. Does he have an update yet? No, he doesn't. Okay. Second car used to protect Combs from potential threats, ex-assistant testified. So, ex-assistant, I wouldn't describe Combs as gracious. Sean Combs would go out in public. People would be almost in a mob around him, asking for autographs, trying to meet him. Combs' former assistant, David James, said, defense attorney asked if Combs tends to be gracious in these situations. I don't think gracious is a word to use to describe Combs. Combs didn't typically sign autographs, James said, and often Combs staff members would sign autographs to mail out for fans. The assistants were signing autographs? Oh, that's cute. Okay, we have an update. David James, I was told he didn't want to run them through the company. He didn't want a record of them. Agnifilo says, when you bought the 8 ball of coke on San Tropez, pronounced San Tropez, you didn't call Mr. Combs, did you? He was asleep. Oh, this is not bueno. Okay, so when Agnifilo asked him, he liked, all these items, but you didn't do the expense of the company. And David would say, usually not. He said, usually not. David said, I was told he didn't want to run them through the company. He didn't want a record of them. And then Agnifilo says, when you bought the 8 ball of coke on the San Tropez, you didn't tell Mr. Combs, did you? He was asleep. Ooh, wee. Oh, wee. Apple ketchup. Ooh, what is apple ketchup? Blech. See, apple and ketchup, I don't know if I can mix those two. Oh my God. Yeah, Diddy was a wallflower, according to Agnifilo. There you go. He was just nothing but a cute little wallflower. That's it. That's it. But hold up. Let me see what CNN is saying. So then CNN said a second car used to protect Combs from potential threats. Ex-assistant testified. He testified that he typically rode in a second car to accompany Combs whenever he went. James said that there was usually a second car traveling with Combs for security reasons. Security personnel typically operated a second car to the right of the vehicle transporting Combs to prevent anyone from pulling up on him, potentially assassinating him. That's a real threat. Former assistant testimony helped prosecutors establish RICO charges against Combs, legal experts say. Oh my goodness. And then the ex-assistant described demanding work conditions. Do we have an update? No. So they, for those that are saying this is not RICO, guys, this is, read the elements. They have laid out the foundation. Okay. Tonight, I'm dropping Cassie's first day of testimony. You're going to understand a little bit more about why this is RICO once you hear her words in her own words. Okay. So keep that in mind. Keep your notifications on for that, because that will be on tonight. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. You said applesauce is definitely a RICO. Damn it. Oh my God. Okay. So former assistant testimony helps prosecutors establish RICO. Remember about the overall charges you're looking for at RICO. Okay. So what prosecutors are doing is getting to this bad behavior, not just to dirty Diddy up, which they're doing effectively, but also to get you to the RICO issue. This was a bad guy running a criminal enterprise. Hold up. We have an update. Agnifilo, tell me about your relationship with Roger Bonds. We talked about Bad Boy as a family. What do you mean? Mama Combs called me her son many times. What was the mission? Make sure he's happy. Oh my God. Bring into the chat Mama Combs. Mrs. Janice Combs. Janice Combs and Roger Bonds. Enter into the chat Janice Combs and Roger Bonds. This is what they're proving here. The enterprise funding the allegations is being reimbursed by Bad Boy. Yes. Thank you, Abraham. See, Abraham, shout out to you. Happy birthday again, my love. Shout out to Abraham. His birthday was yesterday. Y'all say happy birthday to my love. Thank you. You're absolutely right. They are establishing what needs to be established in the whole establishment situation. Yes. You said she's a wreck? Ooh. And interestingly, Janice is missing from the audience. His sister is here today. Interestingly. No, I'm just saying. Thank you. Okay, let's keep going. So they wanted to make sure they keep Diddy happy. So did Janice Combs also take some kind of immunity or proffer deal or anything? I do wonder. So what prosecutors are doing is getting to the bad behavior. Okay, not just to dirty Diddy up, which they're doing effectively, but also to get you to the RICO issue. This was a bad guy running a criminal enterprise. So this man's lifestyle is crazy. I can't get out, Ventura told James. That means coercion. This is the government's theory that she had no real choice but to do what she was doing. That's what they're saying. The defense obviously vehemently objects to that and denies it. Okay. So hold up. Now CNN has a little update for us. Well, let me make sure. Okay, CNN says Combs didn't want to have a record for buying certain items, his former assistant says. David James, who testified that when he purchased personal items, including the C's and the baby oils and personal things for Combs, he would ask the security for cash from Combs' bag. James said that he was instructed not to submit these items for reimbursement through the company because they were items he didn't want to have record for. Defense attorney Agnifilo asked James to confirm that meant the company didn't pay for the items. I mean, it's all about his money. I mean, it's all his money. This is what James responded. So the assistant describes demanding work conditions. I couldn't work for a Diddy. Well, first of all, I couldn't work for a criminal enterprise. But David James testified that at one of Sean Combs' assistant had to go to the hospital for dehydration after working for Combs 24 hours straight. He said that the work was demanding, but that he was prepared for that moment and enjoyed his times. To be an assistant, and they don't even be paying him all that great, by the way, just saying. Okay. So here we go. Mama Combs called me her son many times. What was the mission? Make sure he's happy. Agnifilo then says, was it fun? David James says, I enjoyed it from time to time. What was your relationship with Chef Jordan? Professional? Did you choke her? No. Objection. Judge says, a sidebar. Hold up. David James choked the chef? David James choked the chef? What? What? That's what the line of questioning, y'all. Hold up. Was it fun? I enjoyed it from time to time. What was your relationship with Chef Jordan? Professional? Did you choke her? No. Objection. Sidebar. Was David James also like strong arming people? Well, and that's a great question. I mean, if it was demanding, why didn't he quit? And he was like, how did he even have time to get married? That's what I want to know. Order in the court. Yes. Oh my God. Okay, hold up. We have an update. I think. No, we don't. Oh my gosh. David James, you're not laughing now. David James, where's your jokes now? Oh my God. Okay, hold up. Combs' list of preferred items allowed for consistent environment, James says. So Agnifilo confirmed with James that a rider is common for a high-level person traveling. James, who was an assistant to Combs in 2007 to 2009, agreed that the rider allowed for Combs to have a consistent environment. Heinz ketchup, for example, was always on the list. Ketchup was a big item that he always needed in his food. So it was just consistent to create a consistent environment for wherever he was. So there's the ketchup. Damn ketchup. All these companies that are being mentioned. All right, here we go. Agnifilo says, tell me what happened. So they had objected. They did a sidebar. Agnifilo says, tell me what happened. David James says, we were on Star Island. She told me where to take him. I grabbed her 2 wrists and said, stay in your effing lane. Was there a fallout? It was reported to corporate HQ. Mr. Combs called me in. They had an HR? Agnifilo says, tell me what happened. We were on Star Island. She told me where to take him. I grabbed her 2 wrists and said, stay in your effing lane. Was there a fallout? It was reported to corporate headquarters. Mr. Combs called me in. Not David James assaulting the chef. David James says, Mr. Combs told me you can't be putting your hands on women. He told me to give her a gift. What did you give her? I rolled up a blunt. I rolled up a blunt and gave it to her. Did she like it? It appeared she did. Is this a real trial? What are we doing here? Is this a real thing? Guys, like what? Peace offering? He rolls up a blunt and he gives it to her? Y'all, you can't make this shit up. I don't know what else to say. You can't make this up. I don't know what else to say. What do you say to this? I don't know, y'all. Hold up. Hold up. It's being for real, for real. It takes too long. I'll take a blunt for a peace off. No, but like he assaulted her, right? You have let me understand what's happening here. David James said, Mr. Combs told me you can't be putting your hands on women. He told me to give her a gift. Diddy tells the assistant who we have a whole intercontinental video on him putting hands, okay? And this is going on. And he tells his assistant, you can't be putting hands on women. He told me to give her a gift. What did you give her? I rolled up a blunt and gave it to her. Did she like it? It appears she did. Is this like a joke? Agnifilo, you were in a car with Mr. Combs and who? Chris Lighty? You have taken ecstasy? I'd party, sure. What were things like this? What were things like in the studio? Drugs? Yes, it's a creative environment. Okay. What? Enter the chat, whoever I don't know if it's Chris Lightly or Chris Lighty. Enter the chat a Chris. Let me put the name here. Because I don't know I don't know, man. Like, you can't make this up. I don't know, man. It's like Diddy saying, yeah, he's the pinnacle of morality. I'm like, are we really on this trial? Right. He forgot to mention his assault somehow. I don't know, man. The Diddy's they're trying to show that he's complicit one way or another. Yeah, it's a creative environment. I don't know. This is insane, guys. It's crazy how the bodyguard told James to stay in her lane, just as the bodyguard told him. The old saying. Well, don't forget, those that don't know, and you might not remember this. Y'all remember when Rihanna and Chris Brown had the situation happen? Who tried to talk to Rihanna and Chris Brown at Diddy's house? Diddy. He brought them both to try to bring them together. After that mug, her face was all shown out there, he tried to bring them together. Is deceased? Who is he though? The five? Y'all remember that? He tried to bring them together. Chris Lighty was a producer who unalived himself back in 2012. They said it was a what? Let me Google this. Is that how you spell the name though? He was a prominent manager in the hip hop industry, known for his work with artists like 50 Cent and Missy Elliott. Tragically died by self-deletion, at the age of 44 on August 30th, 2012. That he was found dead at his home at the Bronx. Diddy tweeted about being in shock and hearing the news. That's what we know so far. So Agnifilo's asking, so David James was in the car with this producer, right? You have taken ecstasy? Sure, I used to party. What were things like in the studio? Drugs? Yes, it's a creative environment. Huh. His name got brought up. Yeah, that's, I will say, with defense attorneys like this, who needs enemies? Oh my God, y'all. He unalived himself? You think so? There are probably things recorded on cameras on certain days that the prosecutions are not expecting as well. So, how closely Diddy's manager died? That's crazy, man. Did they confirm that it was an S side or was it something else? So there's articles from 2012 where Diddy paid tribute to this manager. Okay, there are some articles out there, and they had like a Labor Day party Vegas bash Saturday night. We don't do moments of silence. We do 3 seconds of noise. This is what he did. That's crazy, man. That's so much death in the industry, y'all. Okay, wait, we have an update. So when he says yes, it's a creative environment. David says, I didn't smoke when working with Mr. Combs. But he caught you smoking once? Agnifilo asked. I thought he was in for the night. For the light? I thought he was in for the light. I lit up. He came out. He said, what are you doing? I said nothing. So he got caught smoking at the job. David James says, he said, if you're man enough to smoke, you're man enough to tell me. I said, okay, I'm smoking. He said, if I did it again, he'd fire me. Agnifilo said, how about when you picked up 2 prostitutes and had S with one of them? Objection. Objection 403. Objection 403. Okay, what does that have to do with? So he had sex with prostitutes. What does that have to do with anything? Oh, okay. So the man. Okay. I mean, I guess they're trying to tarnish his character. Judge says overruled. James says she asked for 200. I called Bonds and asked, what the hell? She asked to take a shower, and I said, that's 200. There's laughter. Agnifilo says, on that note, no further questions. Agnifilo, what? That's it? That's it? But what is that I don't know if that really means anything. I mean, if anything, it just shows that he had a hard time. I think for me, it's like if I'm in the jury, this is how I'm seeing it. I'm not in the jury, but I'm hearing that he worked a lot of hours. So there was like no work-life balance in this situation whatsoever. He was kind of mixing pleasure with business, which is what Diddy was doing too, right? So if I'm looking at this man just took a deal and he's just saying what it is. Nothing can incriminate him. He's not worried about talking. It's like, can you really tarnish his character? Can you really second guess the things that he's saying? I don't know if you can. It's not like what Don Richard said. Don Richard was a little bit different, right? So I don't know. I'm not really, I wasn't really impressed with the questioning from because I don't know what the defense was trying to do here. Okay, there's a redirect. Attorney for the government. What about the incident in Alpine, New Jersey? David James says to file a police report and say that the chef Jordan, I keep saying Gordon, Chef Jordan had been the aggressor, but I didn't file it. I drove around and told him I'd made the report. Hi, you didn't get notified, Belen? Oh my God. YouTube is doing me dirty. Belen, thank you for being here. Everybody, guys, make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. Oh my God. Yeah, it doesn't really ruin his credibility. It shows you can't. Right. It's Chico's like, it shows you can't get laid on your own. I don't know. Well, he has an assault, and I get that. I know she's in and out of the room. She's going in and out. I have somebody else in the room that's watching her too. Did you say he was married? I wonder if I don't know when he got married though. Could that have been before or after? My God, the green screen. Y'all, my straw is green. Y'all see this? The green screen covers the straw. That's so weird. Look at that. That's weird. I don't think that they would. Now, I did think it was interesting. What did kind of made me raise my eyebrow was the assault on the woman. Because it's like, okay, you took an agreement, but you also were with the ish, right? I don't care that he was sleeping with that's not the point here. And that he's married too. I don't care about that. Clearly they're not children and they're consenting and he's paying them. I don't know what else to say other than that. Um, government says, what have we asked you to do? David James says, tell the truth. Nothing further. Recross Agnifilo gets up. You lied to Mr. Combs about filing the police report. David James says, yes. Nothing further. Could we have a break? Agnifilo asked. Oh my God. Oh, Agnifilo. 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 It's not looking good for you. Mm-mm. Yeah. It's to prove. I mean, he's not trafficking the ladies. I mean, that's not what it sounds like. Agnifilo. Yes, yes, yes. Judge says break. Okay, so we're on a break, y'all. I don't know how much of a break this is. I gotta put some stuff in the microwave real quick. Oh my gosh, this is like crazy. I don't know. I don't know. Who lied? I don't know who lied. I don't think it was any. I'm just saying. David James was hilarious. I'll say that. But the only thing that made me kind of raise my eyebrow was the assault on the chef. If that's what happened, and then that's it. So the defense finishes cross examination of Combs' former assistant. Okay. Combs called Ventura moldable. I can't say the word. Moldable. Early in their relationship, ex-assistant testifies. On cross-examination, defense attorney Mark Agnifilo returned to David James' testimony that he overheard Sean Combs tell a business associate that Cassie Ventura was mobile and he had her right where I wanted her. She was young. James said this conversation occurred early on in Combs and Ventura's relationship. He said that Kim Porter, the mother of his children, had recently moved to LA and Combs had been spending more time there. Ex-assistant testified he didn't tell Combs about the cocaine procurement of Combs' friends. Agnifilo asked David James to confirm that he had never told Diddy Combs before or after he procured cocaine for Combs' friend while they were on the yacht in San Tropez. So, court is taking a 10-minute break. It's a 10-minute break. James is off the stand. The trial is adjourned for 10-minute recess. I don't know. I don't think that was... it didn't look good for the defense here. The defense, y'all lost it on this one. You might have gained one with Don Richard here because I think the technique and the level of questioning was good. All right, give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. Yeah. What? Hold up. Give me a second, Chico. There you go, Chico, if you want to come up for a little bit. Oh my God, Infamous, thank you so much for the $2. Probably, CO probably has her eyes on the gavel. Yes, she does. She's been looking at it because she wants it. You said, I'm trying to sit here, trying to figure out what the defense is trying to prove as to help Diddy. That was super weird. Hey, Chico.
Hello. So I got a question.
Yeah.
Was it not mentioned during the testimony that one of them took a proffer?
This is the first time they say proffer.
But has it been mentioned to the jury?
No, not that I know of.
So it hasn't been mentioned to the jury that
This
some
is
of these
first time. The first time that somebody on the stand says proffer.
Okay, so the jury understands now that possibly some of these folks got proffers because it was mentioned today, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Yeah, good luck with this trial, y'all. Some of these lawyers didn't become the best at what they do by fucking around in court. I'm just saying.
I agree.
And I'm all for the victim, so don't take it that way. But y'all have to understand, when you have a dream team full of lawyers that can poke holes in everybody's story regardless, whether you agree with it or not, will the jury agree with it? And I think that's where people get lost, because a lot of times they feel like, no, the jury well, you wasn't in the jury. And a lot of times they have this thick ass packet of what they're allowed to do and not do with the jury instructions, and what charges that, that they're able to prove and not prove. And those jury instructions can get confusing as hell, because we saw it with Tyree's case. They had to come back and ask the judge things because they didn't understand the instructions. So just keep that in mind. I mean, I would love to see him convicted. Do I think he's going to be the last? No, I don't. He's just the tip of the iceberg. Do I think it's going to change Hollywood? No, I don't. Not until you get everybody behind scenes that's been doing this and who taught these folks how to do it, because Diddy didn't learn this on his own. You have way bigger people than Diddy, way richer people than Diddy, that you'll probably never see in court because they have the money to protect themselves. So, I mean, is this trial important? Sort of, but like I said, until you actually take out the big dogs that's behind this conglomerate, it's going to keep happening, unfortunately. And I hate to be like that, but Hollywood and Tinseltown been doing this since the early 1900s. We know for a fact a lot of the women back in the day, Marilyn Monroe, not Manson, Lord have mercy, not Manson, Marilyn Monroe, Lena Horne. Look up all those women's past and look at how they were done in Hollywood. And you still have it going on today. So do you think him going to jail is going to change something? So that's why I'm saying go deeper than this. Not you, but I'm talking about the people who's watching this. Go way deeper than this. Go way past Diddy. Look where the money goes, where the money comes from. It's past Clive. Y'all keep saying Clive. It's past Clive. It goes way deeper than Clive. Deeper than Barry Gordy. Deeper than half L.A. Reid. It's deeper than y'all really think. Look who holds these contracts, and I'm not talking about the music industry. Look who owns these contracts. A lot of times, hell, do y'all realize, like, Dubai be owning some of these artists? So, but that's all I wanted to know was the proffer agreement and if it was mentioned on the stand. So, do y'all think it's going to be a skewed view by the jury because some of these people did take proffers? So, my question stands.
I don't know. I guess we'll see.
I guess we'll see too. What's the jury make up of again? How many males?
I can't remember, but it's the majority is men. I think it's like 6 men, 6 or 7 men. So it's higher men ratio.
They have what, 16 total because you have 4 alternates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
18. Yeah.
Yeah. Good. I pray he goes to jail. I'm with y'all. I pray he goes to jail, but
8 to 4, 8 men and 4 women. Thank you.
There you go.
Docket. Diddy Docket, I just saw your post. I gotta talk about it here in a little bit. Yeah.
There you go. So
we'll see.
But y'all have a good day. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to know with the proffer and if the jury actually knew, because like I said, it could skew the jury, but you got to remember the jury makeup too. So there's that.
There's that.
Or maybe some woman to hold out and be like, hell no, until we get them convicted, we ain't going nowhere. Maybe. I don't know. So we shall see. I hope for the best, but go deeper than Diddy. He's just the tip of the iceberg. So, but y'all have a good day. I'm finna get my butt back to work. Thank you, Red.
Thank you, Chico.
Bye.
Bye. Diddy Docket, hold up. Let me show you guys what Diddy Docket posted. Diddy Docket, are you saying that Mark Garagos is in the team now? Diddy Docket, if you're in the chat, is this? I just saw this. I said, what? Another one, 10, including Mark Garagos, hits. This makes 10 defense attorneys. So there's now, it went from 8 to 10 attorneys now on Diddy's team. Take note of Jonathan B. Bach of Shapiro, something LLP appears. What? Wait a minute. Oh no, it's not. It's Shapiro. Partner Garagos still not official. Wouldn't that be a thing though? Like, I'm sorry, I'm not a lawyer, but like, it's Alexander Shapiro's partner. Thank you. But they went from 8 to 10 lawyers. Is that what I'm hearing? 8 to 10 lawyers? That's crazy. If that is true, that is crazy. Did he stress it? This is not a good court date. You're counting Garagos, but he's not official. Okay, so we're at 9 attorneys then, right? Because we're already at 8. We're at 9 attorneys. I think Garagos is in the background. I don't know about you guys, but I think Garagos is in the background doing stuff. That's how I see it. That's his friend. Hey, Sylvia. I always appreciate Chico's point of view. Yes, pinche Becky. Thank you, Chico. Y'all hit the like button, please, and thank you. Oh my gosh. Hold up. Let me tell you guys what CNN is saying. So wait, no updates on CNN. Let's see what defense pushes James on altercation with Combs' personal chef. David James testified to an argument that Combs that turned physical between himself and Combs' chef, after which Combs told David James that you can't put hands on women. Okay. Court told James told the court that in Miami, in Combs' kitchen, when the chef told him how to do his job, the former assistant admitted to grabbing her wrist and telling her to stay in her lane. Mr. Combs heard about it and called him to his room. And James said, I told him what happened and you can't put your hands on women. That's what he told him. It was one of the 2 occasions when Combs warned James that he could be fired. James testified. The other time was when James smoked marijuana. Guys, what do you guys think so far? So he's got a 9th attorney on. That makes 9 attorneys. 9 attorneys, y'all. 9 attorneys. That is crazy. Diddy is fighting with his. I just don't know how 9 attorneys is going to work out. Honestly, was he really prepared for this trial at this time? Let me know. Now, let me check if the likes are liking. I would appreciate if the likes were liking. I have 197 likes and we have 430 plus people. Guys, if you guys can do me a favor and get us to at least 350 likes, I would really appreciate it. Please and thank you. Diddy's the only one who could throw the ladies around, apparently. I don't know, man. That's a lot of lawyers, y'all. That's a lot of lawyers. Yes. Right, Stormy. The plant was the problem, not the what? Shout out to you. Sorry, I missed that comment. Diddy's the only one who can throw ladies around, apparently. I don't know, man. Diageo. Yes. This we knew. We just need to stop making people famous. This stops when we stop making them important and creating narcissists. Well, that's a hard one, man. That's a lot of people out there. The fact that the HR is stating that they work to please Diddy also shows Rico. That is actually not the job of the HR department in a legitimate business. I didn't even know they had a HR department. I don't know. I wonder about this, Jazzy. Like, you kind of have to wonder what this man saw in his childhood. Now, my understanding, and it's never, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people that dispute this, but it was said that Diddy, that there was, that the mama ran like a Heidi Fleiss type of situation. If you know who Heidi Fleiss is in the chat, let me know. Mm-hmm. Right, a Heidi Fleiss type of situation. Thank you, Mags. I appreciate it, guys. Do me a favor, support the channel, hit the like button, share, do all those good things that support the creators. We have been pushing through. Of course, we have been pushing through, still reporting. Yes, Fleiss was a madam. Yep. They were saying that Janice Combs was like a Heidi Fleiss. Yep, and his daddy was a rat and got knocked off. His mama is off her rocker and have coddled his ass all his life. All they do is try to keep him happy. I don't know about that. Lucky that the last lady not a juror because she have him guilty already. Crazy. What do you mean the last lady was a... I'm so confused by your comment, big boy. Big boy. They never going to go after the people at the top. Capitalism and globalism. Oof. She turned into the bird lady on the Drew Rehab show. Oh my God. Has anyone seen Sean Combs' birth certificate? Well, I've never really, to be fair, I've never really seen any celebrity birth certificate. I mean, there might be some out there, but I don't know. Would that be public though? Diddy Docket? Birth certificates aren't public record, are they? Some of them might not be. My favorite question: at what point does a potential victim become a survivor versus a victimizer? Ooh-wee. That's a good question. What do you guys think? Please note that, and we talked about this yesterday a little bit with Cassie. For those, and I've repeated myself a couple times, for those that don't know, Cassie is... Oh. Cassie, for those that don't know, is a... One sec, guys. Give me one sec, y'all. Let me make this point before I go tend to something real quick. For those that don't know, Cassie is considered a co-conspirator, okay? Meaning that she's very well a victim of this crime, but she also co-conspired. And I don't think Cassie would have willfully just testified against Diddy. I'm just saying. Like, I think what happened was that when she filed that lawsuit, it kind of became more apparent that when the feds picked this up, they went in there and they investigated. So that's what happened. I think that otherwise we would have never known. I don't think Cassie would have ever spoken out or anything. I don't think she planned to, honestly. So then they kind of like cornered her and said, well, if you don't, then you have to work with us. Yeah, she's an unindicted co-conspirator. Cassie Ventura is. So she's very well a victim, but she's also a co-conspirator, an unindicted co-conspirator. Okay. So keep that in mind. That doesn't mean that she didn't go through the stuff. I think that she learned later in life that what she was participating in, but not right away, if that makes sense. Like, it took her a minute to get there. And that does happen with victims. It is what it is. Yeah, very much like Ma, very much. Now, hold up. I got to do something real quick while we wait on this break. All right, here we go. Here we go. I think we have an update. And they're back 3 minutes. Let's see. Let's see. And they're back. Juror says, I'm going to try, judge says to the jurors, I'm going to try to get the temperature down up in here. I'm told it's complicated, but I'm freezing right along with you. There's some laughters. So I guess it's really cold in the courtroom. For those that don't know, I guess. I don't know. So I guess they were all laughing. The government calls Regina Ventura. Regina Ventura? Where do you live? Regina Ventura. Is that Cassie's mom? New London, Connecticut. How many children do you have? 2. Roderick and Cassandra. Who is this? Sean Combs. He dated my daughter. Oh my God. So this is the mom. So David James is done. This is getting interesting for sure. Regina Ventura is on the stand now. The mom is on the stand now. I have a lot of questions. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Are y'all not going to release the people's names at the start? They all need a live witnesses. I'm wondering about this one. What is mom going to say? This is not looking good, y'all. This is not looking good for Diddy. It is not looking good for Diddy. No, no, no. Let's see. Make sure that the camera's not. Okay. J-Lo did something to stay silent. Here we go, guys. It's getting started. Now it's Regina Ventura. Okay. Now hold up. Let me tell you what CNN said. CNN, Cassie Ventura's mother is the next witness on the stand. The jury is coming back in now, and court proceedings are resuming. The prosecutors have called Regina Ventura, Cassie Ventura's mom, to the stand. Prosecutor Emily Johnson is questioning Regina Ventura for the government. Okay. So they took a 10-minute break. We're back, guys. We're back. Right, 6 seconds ago. Government. When did you meet Sean Combs? Regina Ventura says, 2006. My daughter signed with his Bad Boy Records. He was her boss. Then they started dating. They moved to LA. Read this message on December 2011. Regina says, Cassandra wrote to me. Oh man, this must be hard for her, because as a mom to see, like, I wonder if she's been hearing all this stuff that she has been through. Laura says, okay, if Cassie was my daughter, I would do whatever I had to do to get my daughter justice. I already know the defense, what they're going to try to do here. Oh my God. Now hold up. I got to turn my noisemaker. Give me 1 sec. Let's see. You said you would do her mom. Dating is not what I would call what they had. I would say simply Nikki, right? Like, I wouldn't call that dating. It was definitely something else. Oh, I don't like this. I don't, because I feel for her, for the mom, because it's like, I do wonder, like, is she learning new things that she didn't know before? I'm wondering about this. By the way, the Washington Post is calling David James' cross-examination as colorful. So final exchange from an eventful cross-examination. Hold up. Do we have an update now? Okay. Inner City Press says Regina Ventura. So they're reading a message. The government is reading a message from December 2011. And Regina Ventura says, Cassandra wrote to me. She said Sean Combs threatened to release an S tape and go after her and Miss Cootie, so Kid Cudi. How did you react? The government asked. It made me sick. Sean Combs demanded $20,000. He said he recouped the losses due to he'd recoup the loss due to Kid Cudi from my husband and myself. So he made the threat not only, oh my gosh. Hold up. This guy, Virginia Ventura, she said Sean Combs threatened. So this is what she's repeating, what Cassie told her. That Sean Combs threatened to release an S tape and go after her and Kid Cudi. How did you react? It made me sick. Sean Combs demanded $20,000, he said, to recoup losses due to Kid Cudi from my husband and myself. Oh my God, Diddy, you are something else, y'all. This right here, right before the car, right? I don't know, man. Her mother, who was there real close to the situation, right? What to expect when Cassandra Ventura's mother takes the stand. Okay. So this is what the experts are saying at CNN. Combs, Cassie Ventura's mother, Regina Ventura, who's expected to take the stand later today, may help prosecutors make the argument that her daughter was coerced and asked to speak with Cassie Ventura's state of mind. CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney Joey Jackson told CNN on Tuesday, I think they're going to get to any behavioral differences as it relates to Cassie's behavior when she got into the relationship versus ongoing and ending in that relationship. That speaks to whether she was coerced. It speaks to her real state of mind. Because of this issue of coercion is a big battleground. You either make a freak and you did this and you knew what you were doing, or you did it because he forced you to it. So it speaks to that. You know what I think cross-examination is going to do? The defense is probably going to make it seem like you knew the stuff that Cassie was going through and you did nothing or something. You know what I mean? Like the shift is going to be somehow turn it to like the blaming of the family in there. At the end of the day, Cassie wasn't a minor. If this was a minor situation, Cassie was, which she was 19. I get that. You know, in my mind, she's still a child, but she was of age to consent to be an adult in a relationship with somebody that was 17 years older than her. The other thing they're going to do, you know what else they're going to do? They're going to bring up Ryan Leslie, who was 10 years older than Cassie. Was she a minor at the time that she was dating Ryan Leslie? That's the question that I have. Because that, my friends, I could see like a skewed view of like, oh, well, that looks interesting. But that Ryan Leslie's not on trial. It's Diddy, right? So keep that in mind. Let's see. No updates. You said mom knew at least during the Kid Cudi stuff. Cassie said there should be an objection for hearsay. Okay. Yeah, there should be an objection here at least if they have it. I don't know. Sean Combs demanded $20,000. He said to recoup losses to Kid Cudi for my husband and myself. That's horrible. This is horrible, man. Oh, they got a picture of her too. Combs' former personal assistant is finished, and Cassie's mom has been sworn in. The prosecutor, Emily Johnson, begins the questioning. This is Cassie's mom. Wow. I'll have to show you guys a photo. We don't have an update. Look, this is Cassie's mom, for those that are wondering. That's Cassie's mom right there. Yep. Now, hold up. Let me see. Inner City Press. I don't know who she's arriving with. Damn. James said he did not follow Combs' order to report to chief. Okay, that's David James. I still don't think it's looking very good for Diddy right now. I'm sorry. When the Don Richard happened, I was like thinking, oh my God, like Don Richard, what's going on? But now it's looking it's definitely skewing a little bit, in my opinion, to at least the argument that the defense is, or excuse me, the prosecution is making. He blackmailed the parents. I don't think he blackmailed the parents. I think that Cassie told her parents, and then her parents said that Sean Combs demanded $20 million. I think it was like, it's like third part. Would you consider that third party? Cassie sharing with their parents. She's not saying here that they spoke directly to Sean, unless they did. We don't know. I'm not there. Okay. Oh, never mind. Disregard my statement. I was wrong. Regina says, it made me sick. Sean Combs demanded $20,000. He said to recoup losses due to Kid Cudi from my husband and myself. The government then says, why did you take a loan to pay Sean Combs? For the safety of my daughter. They had to take a loan. Look in the binder next to you. Regina says, these are the photos I took of my daughter's bruises from Sean Combs. They had to take out a loan. Oh, so yes. They had to, wow. This mother effer, oh my, sorry, that's my opinion. That's my opinion. Yeah, what money did he lose? Ain't no way. Oh my God. That's huge. Paying a billionaire for the safety of her daughter. That's crazy, man. I'm telling you. If I don't know, man. I mean, that's crazy, y'all. Cassie never said that in the first testimony that we remember. They had to take a loan out to pay Sean Combs for her safety. That's crazy, guys. He took their money. That's extortion. It's a lot. Remember, Cassie's the one who possessed all the tapes. She gave them to the vets. Ha 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 ha. Okay. And that could very well be the thing. She had the old devices. It helped her. I'm glad she had the tapes. I'm glad she gave that information out. I'm glad she sat on that. And I think that was smart to her. If she had not, the feds wouldn't have, nobody would probably know anything at this point, right? I'm glad she did. So I'm glad that she did. I don't know what else to say other than that. Good. Good thing that she kept that. I'm glad she did. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but okay. So these were the photos I took of my daughter. You said I'm late, but I'm going to have to watch the first part of the replay. Your middle school awards today? Oh, congratulations, Princess Jasmine. Shout out to you. That's another check under Rico. I'm glad, y'all. Like nowadays, maybe our kids should be saving their devices, their old devices, and not turning them into for upgrades. But he was holding the tape over her head when she was in possession with them. Lindell, I think that there were times where he was holding things over her head. Like there are obviously times where she had information and he had information. He had his own things. Like, you got to be a little bit more open-minded to this. Like, I guess I don't understand what you mean by this. She's not saying that he had all the tapes. She had all the tapes. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. So glad that they had their day in court. I mean, you got the mom over here having to take a loan out. You're kidding me, right? That's crazy, y'all. That's crazy. And we're not saying, like I said, she's an unindicted co-conspirator. Where is the information from the raids? What do you mean? I guess I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Where's the information from the raids? On the internet? I don't know. Holding it over the head is to release it to the public. That's right. And so she sat on information from broken devices. She kept some of the stuff too. And I'm glad she did. I'm glad that she did. Good. I'm glad. Okay. 20 seconds ago. Do you know Mia? She was an employee of Sean Combs. What happened? We were in the kitchen laughing. Sean asked her why she was laughing. She stopped and looked plain. Now to August 2016. We're done with the binder. So Regina Combs knows about Mia. That's crazy, y'all. That's crazy. I don't think she had all the tapes, and it's possible to have had copies. I mean, seriously, yeah, Morris. That's what we're saying. I just like whatever. Is Mia? Mia's the one that's really scared. That's what we know. I don't blame her. I don't blame her. Like Regina was talking about how she's laughing in the kitchen. Sean asked her why she was laughing, and she stopped and looked plain. That's weird. So weird, y'all. Let me see what everybody's saying. Is Regina going to, I'm sorry, is Mia going to be able to testify? That's the question that I have. Let me see what CNN is saying, guys. Oh my God. We have a new update from CNN. No, we don't. Oh, come on, CNN. Nothing. Oh, wow. They were doing good up until now. She had to pay for her daughter's safety, guys. Like, that's crazy. That is crazy. It's one thing for her to have like left, but she had to pay for her daughter's safety. Nah, man, that's not okay. While in LA, did you call the police? Miss Ventura responds, yes. Sean Combs stole Cassandra's phone. They had a bitter argument outside her apartment building. She lived on the 17th floor. They argued at the roundabout. Okay. So mom was calling the police when these arguments were happening. Cassie wasn't being cooperative. That's interesting. Uh-uh. Let's see. We know this. Stop the circles. Somebody said, oh my God. Yo. So mom knew clearly that this was a very volatile relationship. You can only go so far in helping your kid if they don't want to get out of something like this. You know what I mean? So this must have been very hard for her too. That's crazy, man. Cassie talked about this fight and also talked about the phone, took her phone. Yes, back in the day, it would be the one pressing charges, not the state. See, but what is off? This man is very vindictive. Like, come on, dude. Tell me you're not. Lindell, you got to put some more. I told you, man, if you're going to be here giving us a different opposing view, and I can agree with some of the things that you say because they just seem off. But come on, dude. We already said that Cassie is a unindicted co-conspirator. She had to basically forcefully said, cooperate. I don't think Cassie would have just cooperated. But this is her side of the story. The lady had to go get a loan to pay for her child's safety. Come on. Come on, man. Yes, she had to pay a millionaire. Hello, welcome to reality. A lot of millionaires steal from the poor. That's what they do. That's what they do. And he fucking knows it. He knows it too. Come on now. Come on now. I know you a fan. I know you're a fan of his, but come on now. That's wild right there. Literally. And don't tell me, even they try to say, well, was he a humble? What was a gracious person? Gracious isn't the word that I would use to describe him. Are you kidding me? Come on now. Diddy is no saint here whatsoever. You put some substance in your comments. You got to know that this is how the get down gets down over there. Okay. The government says, who else was there? Regina says, D-Rock. Is Damian Butler his government name? He was standing between us. I tried to hit him. Sean Combs took Cassandra's car, a Jaguar. No further questions, cross. Defense has no questions? Whoa, what? Hold up. What? What? Who else was there? And this is in the argument. Regina says, D-Rock. Is Damian Butler his government name? He was standing between us. I tried to hit him. Sean Combs took Cassandra's car, a Jaguar. No further questions, cross. No questions. What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Because I like an opposing view. Is it Verika? Verika. But feel free to block them if you want to. It's okay if we're not going to agree. I can't block everybody that I don't agree with. You know what I mean? Can't do that. We're not doing that. So if you don't agree with the person, block them. Feel free to block them. Guys, take care of your mental health. Block a person. It's okay. All right. And this is just my opinion. It's going to be okay. Let me see. There are some points that I don't agree with as it pertains to, things that have been said and everything. But I don't just block people that I don't agree with. You said he's no saint. And he's okay. Well, thank you, Lindell. Thank you for putting some substance. You can agree, but I'm just like going back and forth. And I said, "You're kidding. We already know that there's no perfect victim, right? We do know that there's no perfect victim. She's definitely not a perfect victim. We know that. But at the same time, it's like you got the mother even testifying here, supporting some of the things that are being said. What reason would she also have, if anything? Now you're talking about all these tapes. You're talking about as if only one person could have had the tapes. There could have been multiple tapes. We don't know. We don't know. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, come on now, Lindell. Just saying. Absolutely. People should educate themselves and do some research before coming on and making accusations. I agree with this, Angel. Thank you for your comment. But I'm trying to figure out why the defense has no questions for Regina Ventura. They have no questions. Why? The defense has taken a big L here, okay? She wired $20,000 to Sean Combs, but the money was returned shortly after. Why? Because he got touched by an angel and he realized how fucking stupid that was of him? That's crazy, man. I don't think she needs to save her daughter. If she's an unindicted co-conspirator, she probably signed something. So whatever she says moving forward in trial is not, it's not going to convict her. That's the thing. She could say a bunch of things and it's not going to convict her, right? If she's cooperating with the feds and she has signed something, she's not going to be. She don't need to save her daughter. No, she don't. There's nothing there. There's nothing for her to there. But this is why this is why I don't block people, guys. I don't block Lindell, not because I don't agree or some of the shit that he or she might say is like off. That's fine. I'm not going to block you. We don't have to agree. That's it. She's trying to, it's her image she's trying to save, maybe. This is a federal church. We don't got time for that. We don't have time for that. You said having a difference of opinion is okay, but it feels like just disagree for no reason, no proof. Then block them, Verica. Block them. I don't engage after a while. I mean, it is what it is. I don't think Diddy Dream Team lawyers are doing a good job. I agree with you on that. They really did not. Like, how are you not going to cross? Listen, on the other side of this, I'm going to ask a bunch of questions. If I'm a defense attorney, okay. And by the way, I would never want to be a defense attorney here, but if I was a defense attorney defending Diddy, I'm defending my client. I'm going to like poke holes to every single thing because that's the job. Every single thing to what's being said. I am. That's it. That's all. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. Hold up. Let's see. Inner City Press. Next weakness. The government calls Mr. Sheree Hayes. Where are you from? Harlem, New York. What was your work? Male escort dancer. I was known as the Punisher. Oh, enter the chat. The Punisher. The Punisher. Cassie talked about the Punisher. Enter the chat. The Punisher. Thank you. Thank you, Pinche Becky. I appreciate you saying that. I don't think Lindell's being disrespectful. Lindell can be, have a difference of opinion, but I don't think he's being disrespectful. Enter the chat, the Punisher. Thank you. Every time somebody enters, we bang. Thank you. I appreciate it. Wait. His name is Sheree Hayes. Sheree? Is that how you say that? Mr. Sheree Hayes. Oh my God. Do we have a picture? Let me see, because I might need to find a picture later. Sheree. Oh, somebody already Googled Sheree Hayes, the Punisher. Get the hell out of here. This is him? Oh my God. He's like is he famous? Oh man. Okay. The government asks Sheree Hayes, do you recognize these two? I do. I do. Mr. Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura. I was hired in 2012 to create sexy erotic scenes for them. These photos are shown below. These are the photos that are shown below. Oh my God. Y'all want to see what he looks like? I don't think that I don't, this is the Punisher. The internet has already found him. The Punisher. The Punisher. Enter the chat, the Punisher. Here we go. Yeah. I know somebody did put the post all together. Oh my God. This is the Nowly. He's got a huge profile. I'm not joking. Hold up. Let me see. I'm not joking. He's got a huge profile, y'all. Hold up. Let me go back. Oh man. If I show this BDSM photo, will I get in trouble? Oh shit. He's got an IG, y'all. He really does. Who is he followed by? Watch him be followed by Diddy. I know you. Oh my God. Let me stop, y'all. I'm not going to show that photo. I already got a warning. I'm not trying to get in trouble with YouTube. That's what they called him. Somebody needs to get their crazy looking uncle. I can't even show. I would show you more. Look, I'll try to show you. Oh my God. Can I show this photo? It's wanting me to oh, I have to log into my Instagram. I haven't done that. I had to refresh my thing. Come on, Google. Hold up. Let me see if I can go. I forgot. I did a little update on my computer and it's like locked me out of everything. You think that Cassie's see, Jassy says that Cassie's still you think he's still protecting Diddy? People have said that too. You know, some people feel like he's still protecting Diddy one way or another. Okay, let me see if I can show y'all. This is the Punisher. The Punisher. Okay. All right. That's as much as I'm gonna go. Now let's share this tab. That's the Punisher. Somebody wrote in there, vile. So you're snitching. People are going after the Punisher. Nope, nope, nope. I was gonna say. Oh man. Okay. 18 seconds ago. Get it together in my courtroom. Get over it. Get it together in my courtroom. Okay. Why were you called the Punisher? Playing baseball on West 4th Street? The woman who called you, what time did she book for you? Midnight at Trump Tower, Central Park West, striptease for a small group of friends? So wait, how did he go from why they call you the Punisher? Playing baseball on West 4th Street? The woman who called you, what time did she book you for? Midnight at Trump Tower, Central Park West, striptease for a small group of friends? What does baseball have anything to do with this? So he got the nickname the Punisher from baseball? You said the Punisher looks goofy? It's not snitching when you're forced to testify. Yeah, I cannot. It's the Punisher. The Punisher. I cannot. Joanne, thank you so much for becoming a member, my love. I shouted you out earlier. I don't know if you heard me. Thank you. Order in the room. I'm not gonna watch any dancing videos, but thank you, Infamous. I appreciate you. The Punisher. Let's see. Hold up. Oh my gosh. Shout out to you, Vicky. Vicky just made it in. All right. Okay. Let me see. 18 seconds ago. When you got there, how did Miss Ventura appear? Hayes responds, in a bathroom with nothing underneath and a wig. I was expecting a crowd, but there was no one. She told me she and her husband wanted to create a sexual scene with baby oil. Oh my god. Oh man, oh man. So did he join too? Somebody is getting fired, booked for STs and ended up doing the nasty and getting paid 7K. It's not a good look, bro. He got paid 7K. How do we know that? Not the slip and slide. Oh my god, Nikki. Y'all gonna get me demonetized. Y'all keep it cute in this chat. Support the channel. Hit the like button, please and thank you. I don't know. I don't know, man. You guys are doing too much. This is getting to be too much, y'all. I don't know. We're going to do our best to censor ourselves. Did someone say, oh, baby oil? Oh, my God. I swear, I think baby oil is going to become the new shadow ban word on YouTube. Watch. Because YouTube will pick up on some. Between this word right here, this one, to Johnson & Johnson, it's going to become the new shadow ban word. Here we go again with the baby oil. It's where y'all are out of order. Wake it up. Listen, David James woke it up. I'll say that much. But you guys are still out of order.
Just when you are out of order, you're out of order. You're out of order. The whole trial is out of order. They're out of order.
That's right. Everybody's out of order. You said they need to put the baby oil on the stand? The baby oil is going to testify at court. Take the stand. Oh my God. I can't, man. Yeah, the U.S. calls the baby oil Johnson & Johnson to the stand. Oh, I cannot. I don't know, man. It's giving a whole different meaning to that. The baby oil has been through enough. Ain't that, you know what? So the baby oil, I have been persecuted. I have been defamed. My character has been defamed. You know, baby Johnson & Johnson could probably file the defamation lawsuit against Diddy or the state. I don't know. Okay. Government, what did she hand to you? The Punisher. $800. I say 8,000. 800. How was the room? Dimly lit, electric candles, bowls of water with bottles of baby oil in them. She told me not to acknowledge her husband, not to look at him when he came out. Wow. It's crazy. Oh my God. Look away. Look away. He wanted to be in that corner in the dark room. What did she hand to you? $800. How was the room? Dimly lit, electric candles, bowls of water with bottles of. Oh, because remember he heat the baby oil. So in order to heat the baby oil, he would run it under hot water or put it in a sink with hot water. How do I know this? Because I'm reading the transcripts. So she was describing how the baby oil had to be glistening. You guys are going to hear this tonight when I drop Cassie Ventura's testimony. This is what was not captured in other places. He put the baby oil in the hot water because he wanted to make sure it was hot baby oil. So this is why there was bowls, and the bowls of hot, that water was hot, by the way. Okay. And then electric candles, bowls of water with baby oil in them. She told me not to acknowledge the husband, not to look at him when he came out. Did he come out? Yes. He was unclothed, but I could not see his face. It was like what a Muslim woman wears. You see only the eyes. He had a bottle of, I don't even know if I can read this. Hold up, y'all. He had a bottle of the Glide. How did you recognize it? I used it, the purple top. Oh my God. So he came out with no clothes. I could not see his face. It was like a Muslim woman wears. Oh man, why did he put Muslim? Why did he put this in here? You see only the eyes. He had a bottle of the Glide. How did you recognize it? I used it. The purple top. Oh hell no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Mm-mm. You said, did he have bushy eyebrows? What? For a second, I thought the same thing too. I was like, let me reread that because I'm hooked on phonics and I stay hooked on phonics. Oh my god! I thought for a minute he said, I didn't have that on my bingo card. Oh my god! The Punisher is speaking. Are you gonna say there's something sus? I'm waiting for you, Liddell, to say some may write. What? I don't know. He said he was wearing something that like Muslim would. That's what he said. You're kidding, right? He could have just said he covered his face, y'all. Like I don't know why he said all that. But anyways, let me stop. So uh somebody said naked with the hijab on the face. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. See, now it's getting offensive. But let me stop. Because people do too much. Oh, Mm-mm. Oh man. Okay, prosecutors, I'm gonna need you to stop asking that question. They asked, how did it end? He responds, he went into the other room. She went into the other room with him. When she came back, she asked if I wanted to finish. I said no. If they were happy, I was happy. She gave me more money. Did you do it again? Yes. 8 or 12 times? Oh my God. This is an addiction, yo. This is how 8 and 12 times. They did it again and again, 8 or 12 times. Please hold back. Please hold back. Please hold back. I hit the like button, please, and thank you. I would appreciate it. The Punisher probably got a new reality TV show. Okay, that's what I gotta say. The Punisher. I weigh. I mean, I weigh. That's what I gotta say. I weigh. I weigh. That's what I gotta say. What's CNN saying? Let's see what CNN is saying about this. Hayes details the first time he met Ventura and Combs. Okay. So he got a call from Ventura who told him that her name was Janet. She said it was her birthday, and her husband said that she could hire a dancer for an occasion. He said he believed they found him through his website. Hayes says that he met Combs and Ventura at the Trump International Hotel in New York City. Mr. President, they're having all kinds of freaking it in your hotels, okay? You might want to make a statement along with Johnson & Johnson and Astroglides. Well, I don't know if they need to make a statement, but okay. He said he believed he was going to he said he believed that he was there going to provide 30-45 minutes of a dance for a small group. Oh my goodness, y'all. Anyways, let's see. Do we have an update? Yes, we do. Government, how did you end up recognizing her? I was a fan of Mr. Combs and followed him on Instagram. I saw her on it. This would be a good place to break. This is what the government says. Let's break. I'm here for the break too. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. It must have been the role play night. Yeah. Yava Leo, right? I cannot. We have no comment. Yeah, she had like taken more drugs. I would think so too, but like this is what the judge said on a break. Hold up. Judge said break if you can. It's about to go down. Oh my God. Like some of these memes, I'm like, are these even appropriate right now? Some of this shit did not age very well for Diddy. Okay, we don't have an update there. Is it a lunch break? Let me see. CNN is really good about letting us know if there's a lunch break. Wow. Because I got to heat up some food, y'all. Wow. I'm a little like, what the hell is going on? I don't know what to say, guys. I am in shock. What do you guys think? What do we have to say about this? Oh, the Shani Shan. Thank you so much for the $2.99 super sticker, my love. Thank you. Hold up. Let me put a little am I able to get where's it at? Oh, I'm behind the comments on the replay. Thank you. We need some. Listen, we're gonna need an exorcism. We're gonna need some holy water. I'm gonna need to holy water this room. I'm not joking. I do be doing the holy water after certain lives when it's too much. Rabs, is it true about Lauren London and disjunction? I don't know. I heard Lauren London's name, but I haven't heard anything as it pertains to anything else. Holy water in the ears. I'm just saying, I'm a spiritual person. I don't like taking in any of this stuff. Sometimes after I'm done with the live, I have holy water. You don't want to take any of this on. You know, it's a lot of invoking of all these things, if you know what I mean. Yeah. But thank you so much, love, for the $2.99 super sticker. I appreciate you. This is definitely some eyes wide shut situation here. Okay. Honestly. Like the eyes wide shut is real here. Hold up. Let me see. What is interstate? Is it a lunch break? I hope so. Because I am starving and I got to use the restroom too. Is it a lunch break? Thank you. Let's see. There is something off. I agree to disagree, says Gloria. Say more, Gloria. What do you mean? Let me know. And I think that's normal. Like, we're not going to all agree with stuff, but let me know what you mean by there's something off. You prefer white sage? There you go. And I would suggest anybody. You guys got to do this. Ooh, when I think I had a crush on Tupac too. I'm just saying. I look at pictures and I still do. I don't know who didn't. I don't know who didn't have a crush on Tupac. I saw someone one time that looked exactly like him, and I was like, "Oh my God!" I had a moment. I said, "Man, makes you wonder what." It does make you wonder what Tupac would have said if he was like still alive. Like, what would have happened? I had a huge crush. Not for you. Just saying. I don't know, man. I did. And I look at pictures and I see someone that looked exactly like him recently. And I was like, oh my God. That's crazy. Are you his twin? Okay. Let me see. Is it a lunch break? No. Male escort says Combs gave Ventura subtle directions during their encounter, testifying more about the first encounter he had with Combs and Ventura. So the Punisher said he followed Ventura's lead and mimicked what she said. Hayes said that when Ventura begged to pour baby oil on her, he did too. Eventually, he saw a man enter the room, he testified. Hayes recalls that Combs would speak to Ventura, giving subtle directions, including adjustments he wanted to the lighting and how her body was positioned. Hayes says that at the end of the encounter, Ventura thanked him and handed him an additional $1,200. I mean, he was making money, you know? You said Tupac was cute, but he was a freak in the sheets. So I heard. So I heard. Oh my God. I gotta run to the restroom. I have to run to the restroom. Give me 1 sec. Yes, I need to put my food in the microwave. So I don't know if we're on a lunch break, but I gotta run to the restroom. While I'm there, let me play this from courtesy of We don't fuck with you, Fox News,
So
but
walked in on Cassie, Sean Diddy Combs, and
they're
another
doing a
man at a
resume and
hotel.
everything. Hold up.
And also testified how he would prepare Diddy's hotel rooms for the rapper's alleged freak-offs, although he says he was not aware that the freak-offs were actually happening. So a lot happening right now on the stand as we continue our live updates right here on our Live Now from Fox YouTube. And I'm actually heading over there right now. We see a lot of conversation happening with our viewers. So we appreciate you taking the time. And you know what? We like to interact with our viewers. So if you're watching us on this live YouTube stream, we do have a line of experts, more attorneys. We appreciate Randy Zellen joining us. I mean, he had some really interesting insight into all of this. But we have a lineup of experts who are going to be joining me. So if you have a question, put it in the chat because we want to get all of those questions answered. I know earlier I was monitoring the chat and a lot of questions had to do with the psychology of the relationship. Was it consensual? Was it non-consensual? What does this mean when it comes to those charges? We're going to be bringing on a psychiatrist coming up at 5 p.m. Eastern time to kind of address all of that. But if you have like a legal question and you're wondering, you know, why is this? Why is that? You know, we want to make sure that we get those answered for you. One of the questions that a lot of people had was, you know, why is this in federal court? And Randy answered that. This is something really interesting. It's because of the statute of limitations had run out on the state level. And so the federal government then took up the case. However, you know, the charges that they can hand down differ from the state level. And so Randy was explaining, you know, they had to work with what they had, which is why we have some of these charges right here that don't seem to fit. Randy used the analogy of trying to get into a pair of pants that don't really fit. You're trying to make it work. You're trying to, you know, suck in your stomach. You're trying to like wiggle into it and it's still not comfortable. Well, that's what he says the federal government is trying to do with the charges that they have, is that they don't necessarily fit perfectly with this case, but they're trying to make it work. And that is the challenge that the prosecution is facing, because it doesn't fit neatly. The sexual assault, the sex trafficking, drugging, coercion, racketeering, these are not necessarily the charges that they would want to use, but this is what they have to work with. And what he's saying is it's going to be very interesting because at this point in time, according to Randy Zellen, the defense seems to have the upper hand, especially when you have testimony from people such as Cassie's mom, you know, where it's more emotional. And again, jurors cannot take into consideration emotion. That is not when it comes to convicting someone or finding them not guilty. It has to be about the facts, not the emotion. And the defense really has played into that, admitting that Sean Diddy Combs isn't perfect. He is a violent person. He has physically abused individuals, but he did not take part in the crimes that he is charged with. So it's all very interesting right here. And we want to put up a QR code right here for you. Working the soundboard right here. All right. So here we go. So there is a QR code right there on your screen. Scan that and send us your questions. What questions do you have about the Diddy trial? We want to know. So I've been monitoring the live chat, but it's also easier if you just want to directly send them to us right here. Just scan that QR code right there on your screen, and we are going to get them answered for you. We appreciate you joining us right here. Day 7. And this is supposed to last 8 weeks or so. I'm very curious because Cassie, of course, has been billed as the star witness. She has concluded her testimony. You know, we don't really know exactly who is going to take the stand. We knew some of them, but you know, who else is going to show up in these 8 weeks? It's going to be very interesting to see. And also, will the prosecution ramp up and strengthen their case, or is it going to be continue to be watered down? I mean, that's a question. Andy, you want a shout out? You get a shout out. I see that you wanted one right there. So we appreciate you taking the time to give us your thoughts right there. You know, some other people, yes, you know, Agape Love, you say the Punisher is going to be on the stand. So we're keeping a close eye on all of these things right here. And we're just going to refresh because this is federal court, no cameras, unfortunately, allowed inside. But, you know, we're keeping a very close eye on all of this. Yes, you are right, Agape Love. The male escort, the Punisher, now on the stand. His full name is Sheree Hayes, but
Sheree Hayes, the Punisher. All right. I have to stand up. I'm standing up now because my back was kind of hurting me. Let's see. Genuine, still in my head, talking about a pretty man. Oh my God. I don't know what y'all are talking about. Let me see. Let's see. What else do we have here? Oh my goodness, y'all. Where are we at with are we at lunch? Is that where we are? Did we decide what they said they were going to do? Okay. Let me see. Yeah, they're on a lunch break. Okay, perfect. That's perfect. I have my lunch here too, so it works out. Baby Bunny's having her lunch too, so it works out too. Okay. Let's see what is going on. I'm kind of wondering about this. Let's see. His name is the Punisher, Sheree Hayes. It's crazy, man. Sheree, comment on my TV. Comment you on the TV at my cardiovascular doctors. Coco's mom. Shout out to Coco's mom. I hope you have a good appointment, okay? Hold up. I want to make sure I know his name. His name is, I have a feeling we're going to find something about him. Sheree Hayes. Sheree Hayes. Oh my goodness. Diddy update. David James testified on Sean Combs 3 hours ago. Diddy trial got worse as his glory crimes are exposed. Okay, let me see. You like my whistling? David, look at somebody. I found Sheree from like 6 years ago. Male stripper, the Punisher, Sheree Hayes, and Chris Legends. They got stuff on this guy from like a long time ago. This is him. TLC Presents. Oh my God, we cannot watch those videos here. No. We are not trying to get blocked. Diary of a Male Stripper. Look, there's some stuff on here on him. If you just go and check it out, this guy is like well known. Oh my God. Very well known. Hold up. Let's see. Law and Crime. Diddy Trial 20 minutes ago.
Focusing back now on our breaking coverage of Sean Diddy Combs' racketeering and sex trafficking trial in New York. Right now, the prosecution's star witness, Cassie Ventura, is back on the stand under cross-examination. And moments ago, the judge just weighed in on timing, telling the defense they have until tomorrow's lunch break to continue questioning her, adding that anything after that would be up to his discretion.
Combs's defense has been trying to challenge roughly 9 hours of direct testimony that Ventura has already given. Hours. She has told jurors that Combs...
They released some photos. 18 hours ago, bombshell Diddy threats to make people disappear. We saw this in the testimony. This is crazy, man. And they try to call her back again, too. Let's see. A day ago, Rotten Mango did something. My goodness. And there's so many YouTubers right now covering this case. Okay? Let's see. What this lady
Don Richard's testimony, the purpose was to corroborate Cassie's story. So Don Richard told a very disturbing story about how she saw Diddy hit Cassie with a skillet while she was cooking eggs. Now, this was a huge part of her testimony. She said that he attacked her with a skillet and that Cassie went down on the ground in a fetal position, basically saying she knew what was going to happen when he came at her in that room. Don Richard went on to say that after this happened, Diddy brought her and another woman into his recording studio the following day, and he told them that this was not something they should talk about, and in fact threatened them by saying, where I come from, people that talk disappear. So Dawn Richard testified that she perceived this as a threat to keep her mouth shut. And prosecutors were looking to use that not only to corroborate Cassie's testimony, but to talk about Diddy and his pattern of silencing victims and those around him and using his power to keep people quiet while doing his bidding. Now, prosecutors got that out into the testimony about this violent act Diddy against Cassie, but the defense really went hard at Richard during cross-examination. They were able to point out the inconsistency of her story over time. They asked a lot of questions about, did you hear the skillet fall? Did you hear something hit the wall? What actually happened that day? And pointed out that in prior interviews, the story had evolved and changed. The most important part of Richard's testimony for the prosecution is the threat that was made after by Diddy to Richard, basically saying, keep your mouth shut or something bad is going to happen. Well, the defense was really able to pick that apart on cross-examination. They pointed out that had never come up in 7 interviews with the government prior to trial. And in fact, that part was just added to her story this week. So the defense was really able to undermine her credibility, point out how the story had changed significantly over time, and how that one detail, the most important to the prosecution, that threat, was something that she had not reported in the past. So all in all, the defense did a great job of attacking her credibility on the stand. On cross-examination, the defense has a couple of goals, and one is to impeach credibility. And so they point out other motivations for the testimony. Why would the testimony change at the time of trial from what somebody said years and years before, or didn't bring up years before? Well, in this case, for Dawn Richard, the defense says it was financial gain. She's bringing a civil lawsuit seeking compensation. So that's her motivation for testifying the way that she did on the stand. Carrie Morgan took the stand and talked about her relationship with Cassie Ventura. And it started off with Carrie explaining how they met, that they became best friends. They moved in together in Manhattan in 2004, talked about all of the things that they did together. And one of those things was go out. She said they went out, they went to dinners, they went to clubs. And it was a focus of the prosecution on direct examination to ask, did you both drink together? And so maybe this seemed a bit innocuous, but to me, I picked up the narrative prosecutors are laying down, which is prior to meeting Diddy, Cassie didn't really do any drugs. She didn't even really drink. This is what Carrie testified to. She said that anytime they would go out and have drinks, that Cassie would end up being sick. They didn't really drink that much together. So this was something that I expect to see being extrapolated on by the prosecution to kind of say that Diddy really did influence her to take drugs and ultimately become an addict. So there was the foundation there. She also testified that she and Cassie are no longer friends. And the reason, because she didn't want to be involved in their problems anymore. She said they had a volatile relationship. She also said that she didn't even want to be here to testify today, that she was called via a subpoena. And so
hold up, guys. Let me show you guys something else, okay? Hold up.
Okay. Combs' friend of more than 35 years. All right. The idea that you don't know somebody after that amount of time is an impossibility. The question is, will he be truthful? Charlucci Finney, it's good to have you.
How you doing? How you doing?
I'm doing well. Appreciate you taking the time. I see by what you're wearing that you are a strong supporter indeed of Diddy, as you have been since this first started. First.
Wait. Was he the one with the free puff shirt at court?
Respond to this main idea. Sean is rough. He hits women, and you do what he says or he will punish you. And that's why Cassie and others were not willing participants at the freak-offs. What do you make of that suggestion?
Like you said, it's a suggestion, and that don't make it a fact. That just make it a suggestion, like you just said, my friend.
Why isn't it a fact?
Because it hasn't been proven that's a fact. It's a suggestion. Someone said something, right? You have to follow behind it, and you have to hear 2 parts to it. So what was said, what you're saying, is what this was heard. That's it. There's no facts to it.
What? What? Okay. He doesn't look credible at all. Yes, Rhea Rowe. They were paying like people like 20. That's what they said, that they were paying people $20 for to show up and whatnot. I don't know.
But you tell me from your experience,
right?
Was the Cassie a one-off, or is your friend somebody who's got a problem with hitting women? Did he make people do things they didn't want to do? You would know the answer, Charlucci.
Okay, so a one-off. I don't even know him to hit women. That's one, right? And after what I've seen, right? My friend was in a toxic relationship with another person that was obviously toxic. Based on what we're seeing, they both admitted to doing drugs, right? And I can't say one-off. Anyone that's enough. Hitting one person is enough. So it's not about 3 and 4 and 5, 6 and 7. One person is enough. And nobody should put hands on nobody. A man shouldn't touch a woman. A woman should not touch a man, especially in a violent manner.
And you're saying you never saw him hit any women?
Never. I'm a
idea that people.
I'm a father.
Go ahead, please, Charlucci.
I'm a father of two daughters.
Okay. It's giving Stevie J. That's what it's giving.
Right. So I wouldn't be here wearing this shirt if I've ever saw any one of my friends, especially him, hit a woman, and it would never happen in front of me. And I've never seen it, never heard it, and seeing it, yeah, it was a lot to take in, but I knew that wasn't him. It looked like, like I was saying, drug induced, high, or whatever you want to call it, but that's not the Sean that I know. That you see in the hallway.
The idea that the freak-offs, people had to do it because they were afraid of Sean Combs.
I don't believe that. They were consenting adults. How you gonna make a ex-worker fly in town or come to somewhere and leave unharmed, unscathed? Like I've never heard of nothing like that in my life. These sound like willing participants to me.
Have you been in touch with your friend while he's been in custody?
Yes, I have.
How is he holding up during this process?
Well, it's a lot. It's a lot, because he's worried. He's concerned about his family. His children, his mom, his sisters, his nieces, and his nephews. Like he's just focused on getting this behind him.
So that's interesting.
Yeah.
When the feds are coming after you, they rarely miss. How burdened is he that if they want to get him, they're going to get him? And how does he process that?
It have to be something to get. You have to have sex trafficking. You have to have racketeering. All I've been hearing is domestic violence. That's all I've been hearing.
Has he talked to you at all about what happens?
Same trial. Maybe he went to a different trial. I don't think we're on the same trial. I don't think we're watching the same clip. There's no way. Ooh, blur. There's no way. He must be on like the other room on the 5th floor instead of the 6th floor where everybody's at. He probably walked into the wrong trial. I think that's what it is. He walked into the wrong trial.
They make the case and he loses?
No, he's not thinking like that. We stand prayed up. That's what we're doing. We stand prayed up, and the evidence is going to show that he's not guilty of these crimes that they're alleging.
He's not having those mind games of what happens if I'm in here for the rest of my life?
He's not thinking like that. Well, I think like that. You would have to actually do the crime to do the time, right? So we 1,000% are in belief, and we know that he's innocent. They have to prove them charges.
So people are watching this right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, but then aren't they? Yeah, they are. That's what I heard, that they were paying like $20 for a free puff shirt or something like that. I don't know. Like the same ones that he's giving them out. I'm not really sure.
Let's assume they're open. They only know this guy as the superstar that he is, and you know what they have heard about him. That he was having these parties, he was bringing people in from all over the place. Some of them wanted to be there. The allegation is some of them didn't want to be there, or they were sexually abused by him and they couldn't say anything because of how powerful he is. Okay. What do you want them to know about the man that you know?
He didn't bring anyone in. If he was following the case, and I'm quite sure you have, Chris, Cassie brought the people in. Cassie, that's what she did. So a sex worker never said that Sean brought them anywhere, did anything. And as far as being scared, that just mind-boggling to me. I don't believe that at all. Everybody was willing, consenting adults. And this is what his defense team is going to show and prove.
Charlucci, I appreciate you coming on to give this perspective. It's important for the audience, and you know how to get us if you have anything that you want to say.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our.
Thank you. Please get those likes up, please, guys. Please support the channel. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Diddy never directly did anything, so he must be innocent. Shake my head. Hi, Candy's Life. I don't know how Cuomo did that interview with a straight face. But there are Free Diddy supporters, and I think it's important to highlight them. Free Diddy, hold up. Free Diddy. Faces sex trafficking. People are saying Free Diddy. It's over for Cassie. Free Diddy. The feds was at the freak offs. Okay, I don't know who that is, but people are out there. There's protesters out there. Hold on, let me show you guys those Free Diddy protesters.
Why do you feel that way?
So these are all paid protesters. You can get $20 an hour if you wear a t-shirt.
You gotta speak up.
She just got recruited, right?
I refuse.
You said no.
No.
It wasn't worth the 20?
No, but like he told me that it's for a Diddy coin, so I'm not really sure what that is. Yeah, they just tried to pay me $20 to wear a free fucking shirt.
Stop. I could tell because
the lady right there, she just kept convincing me to go wear a shirt, and I'm like, I'm good.
So just $20, and if you need $20, all you have to do is wear a free puff shirt.
And just stand out here.
And you said no.
Yeah, I said no.
Did they say how many hours?
$20 an hour. And she told me she got paid like $60 yesterday for standing out here in 3 hours.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
3 hours? Hold up.
Why do you feel that way?
So these are all paid protesters. You can get $20 an hour if you wear a t-shirt.
You gotta speak up.
She just got recruited, right?
I refuse.
You said no.
No.
It wasn't worth the 20?
No, but like he told me that it's for a Diddy coin, so I'm not really sure what that is. Yeah, they just tried to pay me $20 to wear a free fucking shirt.
Stop. I could tell because
the lady right there, she just kept convincing me to go wear a shirt, and I'm like, I'm good.
So just $20, and if you need $20, all you have to do is wear a free puff shirt.
And just stand out here.
And you said no.
Yeah, I said no.
Did they say how many hours?
$20 an hour. And she told me she got paid like $60 yesterday for standing out here in 3 hours.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I'm muted. That is crazy. That is insane. There's more.
Sean Diddy Combs' federal trial, some protesters may be cashing in. Sean Diddy Combs' sex racketeering trial moves into its second week, and pictures have been circulating online of people outside wearing shirts with the words "Free Diddy" or "Free Puff" on the front. Journalist Emily Hagan has been covering the trial in New York and posted this video on social media.
She just got recruited, right?
I refuse.
You said no.
No.
It wasn't worth the 20?
One woman says she was offered $20.
Oh my God. Thank you, Sylvia. Can we get the likes up and show some appreciation for Rabbit? She really works hard on this every day. Thank you so much, Sylvia, for the $4.99. I appreciate you, Sylvia. Thank you. Aw. Thank you.
To wear a Free Diddy shirt. Another claimed they were paid $60 to stand outside for 3 hours. Commenters online are questioning whether organizers are paying and possibly exploiting unhoused people to create the illusion of grassroots support.
He told me that it's for a Diddy coin, so I'm not really sure what that is.
Turns out it might be tied to a new meme coin. Diddy launched May 8th, backed by Justin.
A Diddy coin? Oh, I heard about this, that he was launching like a crypto thing while he's behind bars. I mean, he's trying to make use of the money. Okay.
and King Combs, two of Diddy's sons. An official X account and website were even created to promote it. They are also running a contest offering $5,000 to the best Diddy meme. Now, it's still unclear who's behind the t-shirt push or if it's part of the coin's promotion. But inside the courtroom, the case against Combs continues. Last week, his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura took the stand, and according to NBC News, Danity Kane's Dawn Richard testified Monday, alleging she saw Combs throw a skillet filled with eggs at Ventura. Another former close friend of Ventura's shared similar accounts of physical abuse. With Straight Arrow News, I'm Kennedy Felton. Download our app or visit san.com for more.
No. That is crazy. Free Diddy. Wow. Hold up. Let me see what the internet is saying on this side of the world. Free Diddy. Do they have free? There's still more, or did they go away? Did they get called? They probably got called out. Hold up. Crowd paid to wear free. This is what Nancy Disgrace has to say. Let me see what she got to say.
How one victim, when she saw that, wasn't. What about this PR fail? First of all, we hear all about Diddy's Tootsie Roll last week. How one victim, when she saw that, wasn't as afraid anymore. Then we have damning testimony on the stand, just pouring from Cassie Ventura, with the jury looking over at him like, UPOS. Ugh. Now we hear the latest PR fail, where Sean Combs' PR people are paying just bystanders out in front of the courthouse, paying them $20 an hour to wear a free Puffy t-shirt, and the press found out about it.
Pathetic, but not surprising. It seems to be here that Puffy is really waging a two-pronged war, a legal war and a PR war. PR is very important to Puffy. He has spent a lot of money on publicists, and these t-shirts, we shouldn't be that surprised. He's done this before. When I was working with him, he was trying to get young people to vote, and he came up with these t-shirts called Vote or Die that he sold, he made money from, at his store. So I'm wondering if these t-shirts were produced by Sean John, his clothing line. If not, then I do believe that this would ultimately get out. It's an old PR tool. It didn't work back then. It's not going to work today.
Leave it to Nancy to bring up the Tootsie Roll. Lord have mercy. Oh my God. Look at everybody's talking about Obama. Free. Oh my. This must be AI. This is AI. There's no way that 50 Cent would wear a free puff shirt. No way. No way. No way. That's AI. Let's see. Look at this. This is real serious, y'all. Real serious. My goodness. So are they like, look at the people that they picked. And they paid them to wear free puff. It's so not funny, right? It's like, yeah, I don't know what to say. This is crazy. This is crazy. Now I'm scared to like keep going because, wait, what? Kanye West, free Diddy? Kanye West did a free Diddy track. Yeah. Okay, wait, there's more images. Hold up.
Why do I want to see? Why you want to see? Why you want to see? Why do I want to see? Why you want to see? Why you want to see? Why you want to see? Huh? No. Why you want to? Why you want to free him? Why you here? Why you like? I know, but why you want to free him though? You want to free him? Yeah, but I want to free him because I don't think he's good. It's consensual. He's grown, right? He's grown. You're a man, right? You're a man? Yeah, right. So he's a man too. So yeah, he's a man too. So that's why I want him to speak. You do nothing for the cause. So well, basically,
That's crazy. That is crazy. You can't even take this serious at all. I don't even know what to say. Now, their lunch is only going to be 30 minutes, so they should be back on here pretty soon, guys, because they're supposed to be down by, what, 3 or something? So we'll get them here pretty soon. You think it's crazy? Looks like prosecution proved 7 of the RICO charges. I'm not really sure if it's more. They only need to do 2 out of the, what is it? Out of the, it's 2 out of the 8. That's my understanding that they need to do is 2 out of the 8. And this is based on what, shout out to Nate the lawyer, because I was watching some of his stuff. Nate the lawyer. Actually, I didn't even think we finished that video. While we wait, hold up. This one right here, my friend.
By Combs knowingly. Now, they had to prove the intent for prostitution. Well, how did they do that? Well, again, they brought Cassie Ventura off, and she testified that she was involved in these freak-offs, the sex parties. They were planned by Combs. There were multiple sex workers there, and she recounted specific events in New York and LA where these sex acts occurred. Also, they had Daniel Phillips testify about the sessions and the sex acts that he had in various cities, in various hotel suites paid for by Combs, which confirms the interstate travel for prostitution piece. Remember, he said he was paid to have sex with Cassie for these freak-offs. So when it comes to transportation to engage in prostitution under the law, it seems like the government has checked both those boxes. They have 2 witnesses and more that are going to testify about the freak-offs being flown out to multiple states to have commercial sex. Next, we're going to look at the sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion charges. How has the government in this first week put on evidence to show this? The elements for sex trafficking is the defendant knowingly caused a person to engage in a commercial sex act. The means of coercion was either force, threats of force, fraud, coercion, or anything that would get someone or force someone to engage in a commercial sex act. And then it had to be done across state lines. So let's start with the first element, knowingly engaging in sex trafficking. Have the government put on any evidence to show that Diddy knowingly caused a person to engage in commercial sex acts? Well, just before we get into that, let me define what a commercial sex act is. A commercial sex act is any sexual act in exchange for something of value: money, drugs, housing, career opportunities. So how did the government show this first week that Diddy knowingly caused someone to engage in commercial sex acts? Well, they put up Cassie Ventura, and she testified that Combs was the one who orchestrated the freak-offs, watched, recorded, gave instructions, paid the escorts. Even though Cassie didn't receive any payments, she said her career opportunities or her job was in jeopardy because she was expected to participate. She was flown to multiple different cities.
Her job was in jeopardy if she didn't want to participate. She was coerced to participate. That, my friends, is that's exchange right there.
And complied out of fear. Also, we have Daniel Phillip, the male escort. He testified that he was paid about $4,000 in some instances to have sex with Cassie on multiple occasions in multiple different states. He claimed that Combs in the room directed them, sometimes recording. These sessions took place in hotels. He did everything from the payments, the setup, the location. He also confirmed the transactional nature of all this. And he said, quote, Diddy gave instructions. He directed us like a seed. He wanted to see something specific. So does this prove that Diddy knowingly caused people to engage in commercial sex acts? Well, the government thinks so. Now we're going to move to the next element, means of coercion. Now here the government has to prove that there was some force, threat of force, fraud, or coercion to essentially get the person to engage in commercial sex acts. And here prosecutors focused in on that force, threat of force, and coercion aspect of it. For instance, Daniel Phillips, he said that he witnessed Combs physically abuse Cassie. He noted Cassie was emotionally detached, visibly uncomfortable during the sex. Quote, he said she looked like she didn't want to be there. He also described the intense control that he had about the directions and watching and recording every time. And even on top of that, he said he feared Combs too. Now, his testimony seems to corroborate the both physical and psychological coercion that Combs initiated to force Cassie to continue to do these particular sex acts. Then we also have Cassie Ventura's testimony about how she was physically abused, how he kicked her, punched her, dragged her, stomped on her head. She said that the freak-offs were not optional. I didn't want to be there, she said, but I didn't feel like I could say no. Combs even used what's known as emotional manipulation. He threatened her music career, which is coercion. He cut off her financial support, again, coercion. He forced her into isolation, again, another form of coercion. He supplied her with drugs. Also showed the video of Combs beating Cassie for trying to leave a freak off. And they also had another witness who saw the beating. This was security guard Israel Flores, who's now an LAPD officer. He was 20 was crying and was shaking. She wanted to leave. Again, that shows force part of forcing someone into sex trafficking. Combs tried to stop her from leaving, again, physically. So that's force again. Combs' demeanor was described as cold and dangerous. The security guard said he stared at me like the devil. This shows, again, physical violence and emotional control, coercion, threat of force, and force itself, all on video. And then the prosecutors called another eyewitness to the physical abuse that Cassie had to endure, and that's Dawn Richards. She was his band member, remember? And she said Combs attacked Cassie with a skillet, punched her, kicked her, and dragged her upstairs by force. It was witnessed by multiple people, including other bandmates. And then to intimidate the witnesses, the next day, Combs allegedly locked them into a recording studio and told them the abuse was just passion and warned not to.
Am I still blurry? Let me know. I think it was my internet, guys. Don't be freaking out. I said, it's my internet. No, it's probably me. Probably me. That's for sure.
Speak about it, implying that there would be consequences if they conveyed this to anyone else. So these three witnesses definitely spoke to the means of coercion. They talked about the force, the threats of force, and coercion, all supporting Cassie's claims. Now, for the last element, that's commercial sex act, I think it's clear that these people were paid to go from places like New York to Miami, or from Miami to California, to engage in these freak-offs, and that would be commercial sex acts across state lines. So now we've shown how the government is trying to prove transportation to engage in prostitution. We've also shown how the government is trying to prove sex traffic by force, fraud, or coercion. Now let's look at how the government is trying to prove the racketeering conspiracy. Now, for racketeering conspiracy, first you have to prove the existence of the enterprise or the mob or the gang. And here they're saying the existence of the organization is Combs Enterprises, Bad Boy Entertainment. These are the companies and organizations that Combs used to facilitate his freak-offs and his sex trafficking. Next, you're going to be looking for whether there was an agreement to participate. The defendant had to know this negative stuff was going on. He had to know the freak-offs were going on, know the prostitutes were being paid and flown across the country. Have the government, or can the government prove this agreement, or that the defendant knowingly agreed to participate in these criminal activities? Now, the last element for the racketeering conspiracy is you have to show a pattern of racketeering activity, meaning that there's at least two acts of what they call RICO predicates. They're also known as racketeering activity, and they had to have occurred within the last 10 years. Now, listen, that's just a convoluted way of saying there's a list of crimes, and if we can prove that you committed two of these crimes, then you can go to jail for life under RICO. Now, I need people to understand, since this is a RICO conspiracy, Combs doesn't even have to know if any of those other crimes are actually being committed to be held accountable under the RICO conspiracy statute. So now let's look at the list of crimes that the government is alleging that P. Diddy Combs has committed that falls into this pattern of racketeering activity. Now, I put them in a nice chart, and this is from the indictment. You got kidnapping, arson, bribery, witness tampering, forced labor, sex trafficking, prostitution, transportation, drug distribution. Now, from this list, the government only has to prove two of these things happened within the past 10 years from this enterprise. Now, from this list of charges, the government, I think, has for sure proven transportation for prostitution. They have the prostitutes up there saying, yeah, we were traveled from New York to Miami to engage in these freak-offs and get paid for it, right? So 13G seems to be well on its way to being proven. And then we also have the sex trafficking allegations. We not only have Cassie's sex trafficking allegations, we have some other women. Now, what about 13H? Drug distribution. There were drugs at these parties. Both the escort and Cassie testified to it. The raids on Diddy's homes. The Homeland Security person also testified that they found illegal drugs in Diddy's properties, along with the 1,000 bottles of baby oil. What about bribery of a witness? The hotel security guard said that Diddy tried to hand him a wad of cash and told him to keep quiet. Well, is this bribery? And if it is, that's a RICO predicate. Now, remember, the government doesn't have to prove them all. They just have to show two of them. And I think they are well on their way to showing more than two of these RICO predicates in the Combs case.
I agree, Morris.
Now, it's important to know, this was just...
I think they have more than enough. This man, I'm sorry. I mean, I've been surprised before, okay? But I think he's going to be going to prison for a long, long time. No more LV bags. No more. Well, I don't know if they got Astroglide in jail, but or prison. Might have baby oil. I don't know if he can heat it up. You know, no more what? No more assistance. I cannot.
Week one of the trial, these were just the first couple of witnesses. So we have a lot more to go. And then we also have the defense putting up their witnesses to show that this didn't happen or this may be a mistake. But listen, if there's anyone out there saying that the government hasn't proven anything, hasn't shown anything, it's essentially just a disaster, they don't know what they're talking about. Because if you just take the elements and the witness testimony and see what the government's trying to do, it's clear the government is on its way to what looks like a conviction that can put this man in jail for life.
Wait. You said, come on, Mendoza. You said Steve too? Watch everybody dump their baby oil bottles outside. Everybody. Mm-mm.
And even if you don't believe Cassie, for instance, they have another witness who's saying something similar happened to her. If you don't believe the one escort, guess what? They have a whole bunch of other escorts coming to testify about their experiences. So this is just not a one witness case. The government has given themselves a whole bunch of avenues to gain a conviction in this case. And again, like I'm going to say it, I think transportation to engage in prostitution, I think they've essentially proven that. And the more people they get on to show that they transported them from different places across the country to engage in freak-offs, they have that in spades. The counts of sex trafficking by force, you may want to quibble about it, but I think they are either close to convincing a jury that they got that, or they've already done so. And the racketeering conspiracy charges, if you agree with count 2, that transportation to engage in prostitution, and count 3, the sex trafficking by force has been proven, then it essentially gives you the racketeering conspiracy as a bonus. Now, if you guys don't agree with what I'm saying, let me know in the comment section. Say, hey, Nate, this is all wrong.
Shout out to Nate the lawyer. By the way, Nate the lawyer is a lawyer, but also he was a former prosecutor, so the man knows what he's talking about. Shout out to Nate the lawyer, and a former police officer too, by the way. Definitely he's got a lot of on his background as far as experience in all of this, and he's done human trafficking cases too, so he definitely has some stuff in his background to speak on this. All right, we're back. So how were these sessions scheduled? Okay, here we go. We're back. Everybody sit down. With the mods, please get the chat together, get it together. Everybody close the doors from the courtroom. Let's get it together. We're back. The government starts with its questioning of the Punisher. How were these sessions scheduled? I'd be reached out to at 5 or 7 p.m. for later. They'd asked for a sexy scene, but I knew it would be more. How did it start? The baby oil, a sexy atmosphere. Mr. Combs would direct. He would direct. Okay. Government asks, how did the direction work? Mr. Combs might say, sit down, move the camera, or what would happen, sexually. One time during S, he dropped a stack of money. He said, I like this ish. That's what he said. I don't know why he just didn't open up like a company. You know what I mean? Like I told you guys yesterday, I was like, well, it sounds like this man is really into like directions and stuff like that. He could have just opened his own company. Oh man, you said bio oil. Everybody running around smelling the room like baby oil. I'll never look at baby oil the same way. That's for sure. That's for sure. And it's heated baby oil, okay? Not like regular baby oil, heated. People are responding on the internet. That's wild. Let me see what CNN has to say. Male escort says Ventura would plan their interactions a few hours. Hold up. Ventura would plan their interactions a few hours in advance. So the Punisher, a male escort who says he was hired by Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura, is back on the stand. He says sometimes he'd meet them on consecutive days. Oh my God. But those instances would be months apart. The Punisher said he met them on a hotel in New York City. Sometimes he'd meet them at 2:30 a.m. Eastern time and wouldn't leave until after 11 a.m. Eastern time. That's a whole day, almost. Hayes says that he usually received a message from Ventura planning a few hours in advance. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. The government asks, how much baby oil did you use? Punisher, a lot. We were supposed to be glistening as much as possible. That's what Cassie said on the transcripts. How long would they last? 4 hours, a lot of waiting, maybe 40 minutes or so. I was supposed to finish in a specific spot. Oh. Oh no. Allegedly. Well, where did the videos go? Did they confiscate all these videos? Is that how they were able to identify all the workers? Well, this is who they're talking about. Why not make legal and consensual corn? That's what I'm saying. It's like, make it legal and consensual. That's what I'm thinking, man. Glistening. That's why they would heat it up. They would heat it up because of that, y'all. Guys, do me a favor, hit the like button, please, and thank you. Consider supporting the channel. I would really appreciate it. We have 357 likes. How many people we got in the house? 400 and some? 482. Please hit the like. Can we get to 400 likes? I would appreciate it. Please and thank you. We've been live for what? Well over 3 hours? Almost 3 hours? Well over 3 hours. That's right. Remember Cassie's phone, laptop, and other electronic possessions? Other electronic devices she had in her possessions. That's right. Remember that. Diddy could get it on his. Oh my God! Stop with the. I can't say certain words. Yeah, this is crazy, man. I'm still trying to get over the whole Miss Regina Ventura trying to get a loan to basically secure the safety of her child. Like that, I can't get over that, y'all. If you have children and like if your kids ever find themselves in a situation like that, I don't know, man. She gets the money back shortly after. I can't, man. That's like nothing but a mind F in my mind. Extortion for sure. It's about time to change my battery. How do you know? It's not blinking. The battery's fine, Morris. That's what it sounds like. He pimped her out. Do you see something different? Or is it like, are you a little bit late? Making it legal, they were willing, but a lot was getting you thrills for the forcing it. Extortion for sure. Yeah, multiple days, Malachi. They had, my understanding is that they had to, days. No update yet. Let me see what CNN is saying. Okay, nothing. Let me see what Washington Post is saying because they got new updates. The Punisher has returned to the witness stand where the government will continue questioning him about S encounters he had with Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs as part of their freak-offs. Hayes estimates that he participated in 8 to 10 of the S parties, which took place exclusively in New York. He added that they could sometimes take multiple days and typically began around 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. So they were there like the whole day. Yeah, like that's a lot. You said Diddy is gonna prove those FOs was a movie that his production company was gathering stock footage for. Innocent. Wait, what? How's he gonna prove it? They haven't done a good job already. I mean, Space Carolina. How are you gonna prove that? Please tell me how. Please tell me how. Did he have an LLC for those type of stock images? I appreciate the comment, but I want to know, how is he going to prove it? What's he going to do? You guys, I'm waiting. We're going to have a Perry Mason moment. Oh, wait, that's a different court. That's a different court. Through a home equity loan. Oh my God. Let's see. Nothing. No update yet. We're waiting, guys. He owns an entertainment company, those involved in music. Well, okay, Space, when are they going to prove it? Let me know. Because we don't got time anymore. We're week 3. We're week 3, day day, what, 2? Week 3, day 2. How are they going to prove it? Tell me. They're going to say that somehow they participated and it was a huge, that's what I was saying earlier, that he might as well have gotten like a, adult entertainment LLC. This might have been a different situation, but that's not even the case. But hey, man, maybe you know something that I don't know. Maybe you know something that I don't know. Maybe. Do you're calling out Harvey Levin in the chat? Oh my God. That song would be stuck in my head, the little tune. Harvey Levin back with the People's Court. Back in the day when he was the People's Court. He's not the People's Court anymore. What about the allegations that there were highly produced productions? Haven't seen any professional equipment so far. That mood lighting exhibits. Well, that's a great question. That is a great question. What about that's a great question. But I don't know. I mean, doesn't mean he was running a production. He could have been using the lighting for music videos. When they arrested him, they even found some lighting. See, even in the adult entertainment company, they have regulations, guys. So even if that's the case, he still have to abide for that. But I don't think that that's what he was doing here. He was legit, using his company one way or another, making expenses. Okay, we have an update. 5 seconds ago. Government, or prior to that, it said, the Punisher said, oh, 1 second. Sorry, y'all. Duty calls. Okay. He said 4 hours, a lot of waiting, maybe 40 minutes or so. I was supposed to finish in specific spots. Then what? The government asked. She would leave with Mr. Combs 10 or 15 minutes. She'd return in a bathrobe and pay me $2,000 or $1,200 cash. Did you think Miss Ventura was enjoying herself? Xavier Donaldson. Objection. Xavier Eye Candy Donaldson says objection. The judge says sustain. Yep. That is interesting. Okay. All right. What do you guys think so far? Objection? Objection. Donaldson said, Xavier Donaldson said objection. That's right. He was the one that interviewed the Daniel Phillips escort. He interviewed that guy. He did the cross-examination. Sure did. Hold up. Male escort says Ventura would plan their interactions in a few hours in advance. I think I've read this one. I don't want to reread it. Nothing new. Let's see what is. Makes you wonder though. Like, what are they gonna do here? Nothing. No update. Let's see. Wait, there's eye candy. I missed that. We called Donaldson, Xavier Donaldson. I do. I'll say Xavier Donaldson is in the defense. He's one of the defense attorneys. I'll show you guys a picture. Xavier Donaldson, Diddy lawyer. It's let's see. Where's he at? He's one of the defense attorneys. There you go. Xavier Donaldson. That's him with the suit. I said he was eye candy. I could be wrong, but y'all can disagree with me. That's just me, though. But he's in there. You said I can't even imagine what else they're going to talk about. How many more weeks do we have of this? We are on the 3rd week. Well, you can't count the first week of jury duty, so technically we are on the 2nd week. So they predict they're going to be done before 4th of July. Yep. You said this is a setup. They're going to let him free. So upset. What do you mean, Joanna? Tell me what you mean. Bringing up all these men Cassie in relationships with often could risk desensitizing the jury. It does kind of make you wonder who agreed to call who for the witnesses, you know? So this is a good objection right here. Did it appear that she was enjoying herself? Objection. Sustained. I don't know why that's a good objection. Why would the defense abstain and object to that? I don't know. It's weird. Let's see. Don't forget 20 years of crimes. When did they discover the first freak off? Did it start with Cassie or did it start with somebody else? Did it start with Kim Porter? That's the question that I have. When did the first freak off? When was it first discovered? That's the question. What, Mama? Yeah. When did they discover the first thing? When was it? Okay, here we go. 38 seconds ago. He asked, did you use rugs? I'm not a MJ user, but I did pull a Bill Clinton and I was handed a joint. Do you have performance issues? Having the women's partner there? Yes. Did the issues affect your pay? Objection. Damn, some of these questions I'm like, after this, I'm gonna need to like put soap in my mouth or something. They said, don't mention any more presidents, please. Former presidents, no Obamas, no Clintons, no Trumps. Please, I can't, y'all. They got to mention more presidents. Bill Clinton. I know they're talking about the bill or something. I pulled a Bill Clinton. I'm tired. I don't want them mentioning anymore. This is getting too much. I'm not an MJ smoker, but I did pull a Bill Clinton and I was handed a joint. You said it's overruled? I cannot, man. Do you have performance issues? Having women partner there? Yes. So he's like more of a one-to-one guy. This is going to be a Netflix special. You know what? They will have done a Netflix special. They did it with. This is going to be a Netflix special. Netflix, if you use some of my content, I expect royalties for the small little YouTuber over here. Thank you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see. We have an update. Judge overruled. Punisher. I wasn't sure how they calculated it. One time, Mr. Combs threw condoms on the couch next to us. I struggled. It was a failure. What happened? They went out. I finished, came back, and thanked me for my privacy. He was having performance issues. They asked him, did the issues affect your pay? Objection. They're trying to figure out the pay. Overruled. I wasn't sure how they calculated it. One time, Mr. Combs threw condoms on the couch next to us. I struggled. It was a failure. What happened? They went out. I finished, came back, and thanked me for my privacy. Y'all. That is like... The other worker talked about struggles. Yeah, Netflix is already there. They're starting a whole... Netflix is the next thing. They're going to do a whole thing there. We're already waiting. CNN, where are you at, CNN? Oh, this mouse is starting to get to me. I'm gonna have to get. Let's see. No update from CNN. Okay, hold up. We have an update from the government. What did you think would happen next? I worried I would not be used again. I hadn't done my job. He has said, I want to see you F her, and I couldn't. Are you writing a book? Yes. A self-help about my ED? It's advice. This is such a weird. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chronicles of the Punisher. No, I'm like, what? So he couldn't get it up or something because he was uncomfortable with being watched. What did you think would happen next? He was worried that he would not be used again. I hadn't done my job. He said, I want to see. That's what Combs told him. You didn't do your job. He wanted to see him F her, and I couldn't. Are you writing a book? Yes. A self-help about my ED. It's advice. So the Punisher's writing a self-help book. Just there's so many jokes that are gonna come out of this. I don't even want to be. I know did he just make a shameless promotion? That's the question. ED for what? Education? ED? Oh, Malik, I think erectile, dysfunction. Yes. Arachnophobia dysfunction. Yo, guys. I can't, Tracy. I'm advice from the Punisher. What to do if you get hired by a Diddy-like figure? This is so. I wouldn't know what to do on if I was a jury member. I'm like, do I laugh now? Somebody said this is sickly. He's writing a book about his boner problems. He's promoting his book. Hold up, this thing is like going off. Here it is. He is promoting his book. Yeah. The jokes are writing themselves, guys. You can't make this up. The jokes are writing themselves. Chronicles of the Punisher. Oh my God. It's too much. This trial's going to get even more out of pocket the longer it goes. You can't make this shit up. I don't know how, but then I would be laughing. I would be like, what the fuck? What? Okay, here it is. 31 seconds. In your book, do you write about your time with Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura? Yes. I call them a married, wealthy couple. How long is it? 6 pages out of 186. I sensationalized it. I wanted it to be enjoyable. Highs and lows. Oh my God. This is... I object. He's getting his money. How many books do you think he's going to sell after this? Oh my gosh. I don't know what to say. Who called this witness? Who called this witness? Who called this witness? That's all I have to say. All right, here we go. We have more. No further questions. Give me 1 sec. Okay. No further questions. Yo, I don't know about these people. Okay. Government says no further questions. Mr. Donaldson, here comes Xavier Eye Candy Donaldson. I'll try to make this as harmless as possible. Congratulations on your book. What is it called? In Search of Freezer Meat. What's harder than that? Good title. Wait. His book is called In Search of Freezer Meat. What's harder than that? Are y'all sure this is a real court case? His title. I needed a moment. I needed a moment. A moment was needed. I can't do this, y'all. We can't do this anymore. The title of the book is In Search of Freezer Meat. What's harder than that? And it's a self-help book. All right. Yeah, well, okay. I don't know what to say. Hold up, guys. I don't know, man. I'm trying to keep it serious, but it's so hard. Like, some of these jokes are just writing themselves off. I needed a minute, y'all. Like, okay, let me see what CNN is saying. Let them promote this book, and we're gonna have a problem. Okay, so there's more details about this encounter with Combs. Combs never appeared to be intoxicated, as court says. The Punisher said he never used drugs with Cassie Ventura and Sean Diddy Combs. They sometimes offered him alcohol and marijuana, he said. Hayes also says he never saw Combs take drugs, and Combs never appeared to be intoxicated during these encounters. Hayes went on to describe the discomfort of the actual scenario with the women's partners. He said he tried taking medication to help his performance. It was a lot of pressure, he said. Hayes said that his last session with Ventura and Combs was in 2016. He said he failed to perform and it was never called back. Before then, Combs, where I leave off? Before he left, Ventura paid Hayes and thanked him for being private and respecting their privacy in terms of their interaction. And then defense begins to cross-examine the male escort. So here we go. What is Xavier Donaldson going to say? Here we go. You have a website? Yes, I'm now a co-owner. All the male dancers are independent contractors. You've been doing this for 25 years? 30. Coming up on a big anniversary. Okay. So he's been doing this entertainment thing for 25 years, 30 years, coming up on a big anniversary. So I don't know. Like, I know, and maybe you guys can kind of help me understand this, because, you know, it's one thing for somebody to be an escort. I don't want to know how big Diddy docket. I don't want to know how big. Y'all, I'm between the meat freezer joke and the it's not a joke, but it's really the title of his book. In search of meat, freezer meat. What's harder than that? I really don't want to know how much of a big anniversary that's going to be. It's time to retire, y'all. It's time to retire. Damn, what was I going to say? I know that there could be a cross, right? Like, you have escort services, and then you have, like, you know, the other stuff. But to me, it's like, you know, that this guy, because this, unless it's, I think it's illegal, but prostitution, right? So I'm sure he probably had to sign something to make sure that he was, you know, not somehow breaking the law, or at least he wouldn't be criminally charged for the prostitution stuff, because he's really self-incriminating here, because he was only supposed to be doing strip teases. He's not doing no strip teases here. He's literally doing the deed. The deed, the deed, and the doing the deed. Yeah. But he says he's gonna. It's funny because he makes a shameless plug about his book. Okay. The next question Donaldson asks: you dance with them? The Punisher, a professional dry hump. For 30 years, thousands of ladies, you try not to develop feelings for them, right? Donaldson asks. You try not to. It's a job. But you talk with Cassie. Cordial, his answer was. Let me not scroll down because everybody's putting dancer memes in the bottom. I have secondhand embarrassment for this guy. Or maybe I don't. Maybe because he literally, his Instagram is, I think, well over 100,000 followers there. Okay. Yeah. Okay, guys. Update. Donaldson. She asked to be able to call you, Punisher, just to set the sessions up. We were never asked to talk. She was comfortable with you. She said so. You had feelings for her? Incorrect. See, and this is what they try to do with the other escort. They try to say that these escorts had feelings for Cassie and they're jealous, and it's a lot of jealousy and whatnot, and that's why this is happening. I don't know, man. Hollywood is weird. He was on VH1. This guy, yeah, he has his own little, he tried to make his own little show or whatever. There's videos about the Punisher out there. I can't pull them because I'm not trying to get, like, I already got a warning. I'm not getting a strike. Oh my God, it's not enough. It's not enough. You're doing too much. Hold up. I got nothing. What does CNN say? Ooh, my arm is killing me. Defense begins cross-examination. We read that part. Y'all. I'm tired of the not freezer meat and Tootsie Rolls. Y'all better not be ordering me no Tootsie Rolls on the Amazon wish list. If I get a bag of Tootsie Rolls, we're going to have problems. I'm going to quit. We're going to have problems. Let's see. Donaldson, but you thought she was only doing this with you. That is correct, the Punisher said. She said she said it was a special occasion. You did develop feelings for her? That's not correct. Donaldson says, you told the government, ... I don't know why that even matters. What does that matter if he Why does it matter? Can y'all explain to me why would it matter whether he, like, is he gonna lie because he has feelings for her? I don't think it matters. Objection, conjecture, objection. I'm just saying. No, no rice and ice packs coming my. No, don't even think about it, Sylvia. Don't even think about it. No, and no freezer meat for rabbit. No. All right, no. Contain yourselves. I already don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, come on now. Let's go. I feel like Donaldson, eye candy Donaldson, you are dragging your feet on this one, my friend. Y'all lost. The defense really lost today. The defense did not do a good job. It might change tomorrow, but the defense today was not the business. It didn't do the job. No Hickory Farms. That's right. The comedians are gonna have a field day. This is no, y'all better stop. Don't even do it. Don't do it. Now if y'all want to order me my energy drinks, I wouldn't be mad. But don't do it. Don't no Tootsie Rolls. No Tootsie Rolls. You told the government. This is where we're at. All right, guys. Can we get to 450 likes, please? And thank you. We have 475 in the chat. I would really appreciate it, please, and thank you. It helps with the algorithm. Hold up. Let me see. Do we have an update? How many times are you going to ask the same question? Yeah. I feel like they are asking repetitive questions, the defense is. Can they get it together? This is not a good day for the defense. I don't think so. At all. I think he does love the attention. Honestly, Laura, he does. I think this guy likes the attention. Okay. Donaldson, the government notes says you developed feelings for her. That may have been taken out of context. Donaldson says you used your 25 years experience. This was a different scene. Usually I aim for humor. Oh my God. Oh my God. Nada. You said I give him props for promoting his book. I mean, he knew when to promote the book. I thought he was going to write a book about Chronicles of the Punisher, not something about the In Search of the Freezer Meat. I mean, literally. Literally. Yes, Chico. Thank you. Hold up. No update. He better not quit his day job. Wait. Okay, do we have an update? Yes, we do. Donaldson, you wouldn't try to dry hump someone who didn't want to be dry humped, correct? Yes, it's important to read the room, the Punisher says. So you read the room with Cassie and she wanted to objection. The government says objection. Judge says sustain. Huh? How do we go from you wouldn't try to de-hump someone who didn't want to be de-humped, correct? Yes, it's important to read the room. So you read the room with Cassie and she wanted objection. Sustain. Lord have mercy. So, yeah, okay. All right. This has become so much. Yeah, now you got to stop saying read the room. You wouldn't continue to try if she looked like she wasn't into it, the 5. Right. You can fail a rug test if you drink monster drinks. Really, Melinda? I didn't know that. You think he needs 5 more lawyers? Listen, he just hired a new one. He's got 9 lawyers on his team. Today, for 9 lawyers on your team, Diddy, today was not your day, my friend. Today was not your day. You might want to hire some more free Diddy people, you know, because today did not do it. Today was not the day. The day was not for you today. No, it wasn't. It didn't work. Yeah. Donaldson never been in Vegas. That's messy. Sean Combs is a demon, and so are the lawyers. She wanted what? Of course she wanted it. She was a freak. People are. I'm just reading different notes. Everybody's got an opinion. Okay. Do we have a update? Hold up. No. CNN has 2 updates for us. Escort says he never considered Ventura to be a personal friend. When asked by defense attorney Donaldson, the Punisher acknowledged that at the time he thought he was the only person Cassie was having S with in this way and felt special. When Donaldson suggested Hayes develop feelings for Cassie, Hayes said that it wasn't true. Donaldson pointed to a document from one of Hayes' meetings with prosecutors where he told them he began to develop feelings for Ventura. That may have been taken out of context because that was not the case. Hayes said he never considered himself a personal friend of Ventura. The two never spoke personally outside of the brief banter before a session, he added. Damn. I don't know. That's a good question. Like Kate says, why is he even a witness? This makes no sense. I don't know if he needs to be a witness. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I think too many people are looking for huge moments from each side when all the defense has to do is to get the jury doubt the witness testimony even a little bit. That's a good point. That's a good point. You said it was Jules that she would text. Can you imagine? That's giving these people a coin to wear the free Diddy shirt. I don't know, man. So, I guess we'll see. I don't understand what the purposes of this witness was, but hey, whatever. I'm not there. I'm like, I feel like you guys have already established what you wanted to do with this. Maybe there's more. I don't know. Can you imagine giving those people a coin to wear the shirt? Prosecution wants to paint a picture of deviancy. That's right, California girl. I agree. I concur. I wonder what inner city press is thinking because he's the one tweeting all this. He's like, oh my God, all these tweets that I have to do. What is in his mind as he's listening to all these people testify? Like, can you imagine being inner city press right in the courtroom? Like, what would be in your mind as you're listening, as you're writing out this to tweet to everybody? You'd be like, I don't want to miss a detail or something. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wake it up. Wake it up. Wake it up. Y'all, wake it up. Well, you got to have a good poker face for this, right? Hold up, guys. Okay. Uh-oh, what happened? Latest tweet. Oh, we're waiting. 6 minutes in, we're waiting. CNN does have an update and basically says Hayes testified he didn't seem discomfort from Ventura. Under cross-examination from the defense, male escort was asked if Cassie ever appeared uncomfortable during their hotel encounters. I did not get any clues that there was a discomfort that was going on. Hayes said that Hayes said that as an experienced dancer, he always reads a room to make sure the people he's performing are comfortable. Okay. He's a room reader, y'all. He's a room reader and a meat searcher and yeah, he's a room reader, y'all. He's one of a kind room reader. That he is. And he's a meat searcher. Oh. Thank you, Wendy. No update. Right. Sorry, y'all. I'm chewing. I don't want to chew at the mic. It says, Donaldson, was Mr. Combs' request that you penetrate, penetrate, that you penetrate. Misspelled it for a reason, or at least spelling it for a reason. The Punisher said it was a demand, a strong suggestion. Cassie paid you even when she canceled, right? Yes, $500. You penetrate. I'm not reading. So he was demanding. The defense is asking these questions of the dancer. Like, I'm confused by this. Why is the defense wanting to ask this? This is not making your client look good at all. At all. At all. All right, give me 1 sec, guys. I don't know if Adi will testify. That would be interesting, though. I will say that. People said I'm not reading this. Next witness, please. I'm ready for the next witness. Like, I don't know what it is about this one. We're ready for the next witness. I would agree with you on this one. Let me see what Washington is saying, guys. This is like too much. So Hayes says he wrote a self-help book that was also part of a Roman enclave. Is that how you say that? The Punisher testified that he wrote a self-help book about his experiences with ED, called In Search of Freezer Meat. So that's what this book is about. It's about ED. Okay. You know what ED is? Something dysfunction. Hayes says the book details his journey trying to cure his condition, and he tried to make light of the issue to be relatable. What's harder than freezer meat? Hayes says, explaining the book title during cross-examination. Lord have mercy. Hayes says he described his encounters with Combs and Cassie in the book, but didn't use their real names. He elaborated that those sections took up to 6.5 pages out of 182. Hayes characterizes them as powerful, rich couple, and said he sensationalized it to make the story more entertaining. Yeah. Well, the selfish promotion there. Okay, Donaldson says, Mr. Hayes, I wish you success with your book. That's it? Thank you. Redirect. Okay. All right then. Okay. I don't know what else to say. I'm like, come on, defense. Mr. Hayes, I wish you success with your book. The Punisher, thank you. Redirect. And the government redirects. What made you think Miss Ventura was enjoying herself? It was the first time unprotected, without the details. Objection. Donaldson objects. Unprotected. Damn. It was the first time unprotected. Oh my God. See what I'm saying? Like, he was having her go with all kinds of men's and stuff like that. I don't know, man. I am confused with the defense. I really am a little bit today. Today, the defense did not deliver at all, actually. I think and it's almost over, honestly. I don't know what they're trying to do. The defense is a little bit interesting. I'll say that much. Let me see. Yeah. The defense is looking for the meat in the freezer. I don't know what to say. Hold up. Let's see. CNN says Escort testifies he never saw filming or violence during the time with Combs and Ventura. The Punisher said that during his encounters with Cassie Ventura and Diddy, he never observed any film or violence. He said marijuana was the only drug he saw during his time with Ventura and Combs. He confirmed that Ventura never appeared to be under the influence of drugs when he saw her. Okay. That's that. Man, we've been flying today. There's been a lot of interviews. You said no, Anita. Anita says a room reader with ED. Today has been interesting. I will say that much. What do y'all think? Yeah, even CNN is reporting about it right now. I don't know, man. The defense, you got 9 capable legal minds, and y'all can't get your ish together. What happened, defense? You really didn't deliver today? And I mean, because you thought that they would have brought more something. I don't know, man. Okay, listen, they still got 1 more hour. Okay, wait. With the Punisher still on the stand, here's a sketch of him somebody gracefully gifted to the inner city press by the court artists. This is, y'all want to see it though? There's the Punisher. I mean, we already know what he looks like, so I don't know why we need a picture. Well, I don't know why we need a picture. I have a question. I'm going to put it in the chat. I'm going to put a poll up. Hold up. go answer it and hit the like button, please, and thank you. Yeah. Let me know. This wasn't it, y'all. I want to know if anybody's going to be buying the Punisher's book. Will anybody be buying the Punisher's book? Look at the poll. What's the book about? Freezer meat. In search of freezer meat. It's already in my Amazon wish list. No, it's not. In search of meat, freezer meat. Yo, okay, here we go. All right. No further questions for the Punisher. This is from the government. Anything else, Mr. Donaldson? Mr. Donaldson gets up and says, "What do you mean by steamy?" I felt it was enjoyable for Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs. Can y'all just let him sit down already? Let's make this witness go away. This witness right here is not the business, okay? Y'all, I'm too tired for this. This is too much. What in the freezer meat is this? You read it from the free library? Y'all hit the like button, please, and thank you. What kind of a pill is that? You got to be kidding me. How do I close that shit down? Oh my God. He said, "I wish you all the success with your book." You can't make this shit up. Today has been quite the day. This witness didn't really tell me anything, but okay. Gavel emojis. Well, I need more memberships. We don't have enough memberships to add more memberships. No, you don't, Sylvia. I do not want to hear. I don't want to hear. don't do it. Rabbit Bean. Me, am I Olsen? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not being mean, y'all. It's just been like, today has been the day. Like, today has been the day. I'm just saying. Okay, there's more sketches. For those who like Elizabeth Williams sketches, gracefully gifted to Inner City Press. Here is David James. This is David James right here, guys. We'll see. Do they have audibles? Are they going to put it on an audiobook? Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. It's not me, Olsen. It's literally the tweets. These witnesses are off the freezer meat. I don't know what else to say. That it's not me. It is these witnesses. That's what I have to say. These witnesses are off the freezer meat. That's what I gotta say. Look, the only one that I will say that really kind of got to me was Cassie's mom. Honestly, like hearing her say what she had to say and doing what she had to do to like save her child. I felt deeply for her. Oh my gosh, shout out to BJ. I know she's been having so many people out there. She's amazing and she's earning and she's so hardworking. Yes, thank you, Michelle. Welcome. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Oh, thank you. Is that our beautiful, wonderful BJ, that surprise witness, the queen of YouTube? Yes, we love her. Y'all know that we love her. Thank you. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. Today was crazy, guys. Like, and I don't want you to forget. So today, while we're waiting for an update, today we will be releasing day 1 of Cassie Ventura's court transcripts, testimony. I have to do a little bit more editing, 1 more hour of editing on it. The video in itself, it's about 2.5 hours. So it's been a lot of editing. I'm still not done recording that because there's just so many details, guys. We're only getting bits and pieces. What's actually happening in the courtroom is completely different, and we don't want to miss details whatsoever. I like to know the in between, the things that we miss. So transcripts are very important to me. And there were so many people that donated for us to get them. So thank you guys. I'm going to see. I don't know if we can get them for other days, but we will see. You know, yeah, we're out of order. Absolutely. You know what? Is it Casino Vixen? You're right. I didn't notice a lot of sidebars. But don't forget, the judge wrote the rules. Was it yesterday or the 17th? He made some rules. He wasn't putting up with ish at all. The judge made some rules and everybody got in line. Everybody got in line. Absolutely. Let's see. Nope, no update. Hold up. Let me see what CNN is saying. Donaldson finished cross-examination of the male escort. Okay, so the Assistant U.S. Attorney Meredith Foster is back for redirect. So are we on redirect again? Nope, nothing yet. No update yet. Wow, it's been quite the day, guys. This whole chat is out of order. Absolutely, absolutely. The sequel could be Beware of the Freezer Buns. Oh my god. James was quite the character. I'll give you that. James was quite the character. He said he got the job after he said what did he say to Diddy? Won't stop, can't stop. Get it. This has been quite the crazy day, guys. Quite the crazy day, if you know what I mean. Diddy will hopefully be bald by the end of this trial. Shan, I'm gonna need some AI pictures of Diddy. Yeah. I'm gonna need some AI pictures. Rabbit, your day wasn't punished, was it? No. Are you trying to make jokes? No. Hello. Thank you, Mallory. I appreciate it. I try to bring a little humor to this because it's such a heavy topic. You guys know how I am. And I try to hear opposing views, even though sometimes they're ridiculous, and I get it, but I'm an opposing view kind of person, believe it or not. So yes. Yes. And no, I will decline orders of Tootsie Rolls. Don't do it. Don't do it. Somebody will eat them, but it's not going to be me, that's for sure. But they won't get the joke because they're not covering the Diddy trial. You say get down with the freezer meat? My goodness. It does, Medusa, and that's why I try to put a little humor. We're waiting for an update. What's going on? They can't be done already. Are they done? Oh my goodness. They can't be done already. What's going on? They still have like an hour. They can call another witness or less than an hour. I think they might get done early today. No update. Now I got to make Punisher thongs again. Oh my God. Don't. Or what is it? Freezer meat thongs. I don't know. Y'all are crazy. You guys are crazy. That's crazy. Hold up. Do we have an update? We don't. We're waiting. Nobody's updating yet. Guys, do me a favor. Hit that like button, please. And thank you. I would appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Okay. Thank you. If you're new, come on in and hit that like button. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. The only thing they need to prove with this witness was that he was paid to have S with Cassie, and that's part of the RICO indictment. That's right, Mrs. J. I think that's, on a serious note, that's what they need to do. That's basically it. Nope, no update yet. Maybe they might dismiss him early today. I don't know. What's that? Was it it's 2:18 Eastern, right? 2 something. Don't get freezer burned. Wrap it up. Oh my God. Don't get freezer burn. Everyone gets la chancla today. We're throwing the sandals. You get the chancla. Y'all were misbehaving today. Mm-mm. You're gonna make a gift basket with frozen meats, baby oils, Tootsie Rolls, glides, pills, and potions. So it's $2.19. So they're supposed to be done by 3. Do you think they're gonna interview somebody new? I think they're gonna be done. It's $119 where you're at. Oh, okay. Special agent is up now. So Haste is done. Thank you. Here it is. Yes, special agent. Government call special agent Gerard Gannon. Who do you work for? HSI in Miami in the National Security Group. In March of 2024, the HSI Human Trafficking Group, Sex and Labor in Miami. Oh, the trafficking group got involved. The investigators, the national one, they got involved, y'all. Let me see. Let's get this down. Now we got some officers up here. All right. They got them there for another, what, 40 minutes? Another 40 minutes of this, and then we're done. Thank you. Hold up. Whew. This is interesting. Now he's like, thank God, now we can get serious. That's how I feel right now. Let's get serious. Let's get serial. Okay. So he is an Homeland, or excuse me, an HSI. Isn't that like Homeland Security? HSI in Miami in the National Security Group. So the attorney's asking him when in March of 2024, like where was he at? In the HSI Human Trafficking Group, S and Labor in Miami. So next government witness, this is special agent. All right. It's about to get serious. Now we're about to get serious. All right. After all that, we're about to get serious. Let's go. Okay, CNN reports Hayes is off the stand and a special agent is up now. Gerard Gannon, a special agent of Homeland Security's investigation, is on the stand. Gannon is the 10th witness called by the prosecution. Here we go. We ready. You used to work for Homeland Security? Wow. You said we could set up a Tootsie Roll cart in front of the courthouse. It's horrible. I was just talking about how I would post a national trafficking hotline here in the chat, but I need to look into any changes that may have been made in the next year. I would say just be careful, Cheeks, because we got to figure out how to space it. Since I have that warning on the channel, I need to be careful that they're not saying that we're promoting, even though the number is to promote clearly awareness, but we have to figure out how to word it so that it doesn't trigger a bot or something like that. You think Andrew Tate is running the hotline? Lord have mercy. Security. All right, here we go. We're waiting. Let's go. You said I heard about underground tunnels were connected to his house. Is that true? I don't think so. Homeland Security Investigations conducts federal criminal investigations into illegal movement of people. Yeah. Let's go. It's taking too long. Okay. Let's see what prosecutors push back on Cassie's emotions during SEX scenes. Okay, that was a while ago. Ooh. Hold up. Do we have an update? This is the Post, the Washington Post, but let me just double check, see if we have anything. We don't have anything on Inner City Press. Possible contradicting his earlier statement that Cassie Ventura sometimes side at Combs' instructions during the freak-offs. The dancer, the Punisher, said under cross-examination that he would not have had S with Ventura during a session if he thought she was uncomfortable. There was no cues about her any discomfort, correct? Defense lawyer says that was based on your 25 years experience doing dry humping on hundreds and thousands of women, correct? So he did not feel like Cassie was uncomfortable. And that's based on his 25 years of dry humping people. That's a lot of dry humping, just saying. Let's see. No update yet. I wonder what they're going to testify. They're probably going to talk about the investigation. Dan, they got through a lot of people today. I will say that I'm a little like surprised. They got through a lot of people today. They sure did. Experts. Well, we're waiting for the experts in the field. Oh my God. Coco's mom. Thank you so much for the $20 for the good laugh. I'm glad you laughed. I really needed it. Doctor thinks I'm crazy laughing out loud in the waiting room. Shout out to Coco's mom. They're probably looking at her like, lady, what are you laughing at? We're over here talking about, freezer meat and stuff like that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you for that super chat. Aw. Let me see. Let me put a little heart on that. Thank you. Thank you. Shout out to you. All right, hold up. Okay, here we go. So this is a human trafficking testifying, sex and labor in Miami. What time did the search begin? Around 3 p.m. Why so late? We learned Mr. Combs and his family were flying out of the country. Was there a pier on the property on Star Island? Yes, we had to monitor it. Oh, they're going to be talking about the searches on Star Island. All right, we're going to get into the search. Those that were asking about what they found, the searches, here we go. We clocked it. We clock it. I don't know, man. Let's get into the searches. Hold up. Okay, so this special agent is with Homeland Security, is now on the stand. He is a 10th witness. And Gannon is based in Miami, is currently with HSI, National Security Group, but he previously worked with the Human Trafficking Group. So if you guys forget, Homeland Security did the searches on Sean Diddy Combs' properties in Los Angeles in the Miami area in March of 2024. And HSA arrested Combs in September of 2024. So that was huge. They went in there. Remember, they had the video footage of all of that and everything. Yeah, we got some experts testifying now. I'm here for it. I'm here for the experts. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. I would appreciate it. Thank you. Here we go. We got some experts. Nada. Let's see. Works making me work too, Sicilian Beauty. Shout out to you. Mags, maybe he can let us know for the record just how many bottles of baby oil there was. Someone was arguing against that. Forgot who. His lawyer? Do we know? I think the indictment says that there was thousands. I don't know if they said said thousands. Give me one sec, guys. What's the fascination with the baby oil? I've never known anybody to have that much baby oil bottles. We want to monitor. Okay. Nothing else yet here. I don't think there's a fascination. We just never knew that somebody could have so many baby oil bottles. Does kind of make you wonder how often the freak offs were happening. That's a lot of freak offs. Federal agents who raided Combs' Miami home takes witness stand. Special Agent Gerard Gannon, the government's 10th witness to date, has taken the stand. Gannon worked for Homeland Security investigations and was responsible for the overall planning of the raid on Combs' Miami home on Star Island. Okay. That's what we know so far. That's what we know so far. I asked you guys if you would buy the Punisher's book. Those are the results of the poll. Here we go. Special agent gives details about the Miami home raids. But let me see. I think we have an update. No. CNN reports that the special agent said that he was a special agent in charge on the ground for the search of Sean Combs' Miami Beach home on March 25th, 2024. Gannon said that the search was assigned to his unit because it was tied to human trafficking investigation. Between 80 to 90 law enforcement agencies participate in the search because of the size of the property. He said the home is about 20,000 square feet and includes a main residence and a guest house, Gannon said. The search required a special response team to deal with the security measures on the property. Gannon said, and about 25 special response team members gained entrance and cleared the property to ensure the property was safe to start the search. They were prepared to potentially confront armed security, Gannon said. Gannon testified that some agents were positioned on boats to potentially intercept anyone trying to leave the property via the direct water access on Combs' property. The search began after 3 p.m. Eastern time that day. Usually, search warrants are executed early in the morning, around 6 a.m. Eastern or so. But they waited for Combs to leave. Gannon said law enforcement understood that Combs was scheduled to leave on a trip with his family, he testified. They were not playing. They went in there. They were not playing. Those are some of the details from CNN we just reported. Wow. Wow. You said, it just find it weird that he has a thing for baby oil and applesauce. The guy has some serious childhood issues. Oh, man. I don't know. Hold up. Let me exit full screen. I was trying to see if I can do something here. I'm going to have to fix it later. Johnson & Johnson's stock went up. I don't know if it did. Johnson & Johnson probably doesn't want their name associated with this. So they were watching for a long, long time, trying to figure out. I mean, you imagine that the inner circle, somebody was looking into this to see when he was going to leave on vacation with the family. That's what was going to happen. That's crazy. So they were flying out of the country when the house raid happened. And I remember because Diddy has like a black jet or something like that. So yeah, that was a thing. Trying to see. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. I would appreciate it. So they were monitoring. Let's see what CNN says. Definitely gotten crazy. 8 minutes ago, Washington Post. Now for the change of pace, the government has called its next witness, Gerard Gannon, a special agent in Homeland Security. Wow. Now we got the professionals. I don't think people are saying that he tried to flee. No, he didn't. I think he was going on vacation. They specifically planned to raid his home around the time that he was going on vacation. I don't think he was trying to flee. That's just my opinion, though. You said you bet he wished he stayed out of the country around that time. I think when he found out, I remember there was footage of him like he had made a stop somewhere. Ooh. Y'all, my energy. Let's go. It does kind of make you wonder, though, like how far in advance in their investigation something tipped them off. So we're gonna definitely hopefully learn about this here. You said Russell Simmons is in Bali, yeah. I mean, he didn't Russell Simmons the situation, that's for sure. Russell Simmons ran away. He said, I'm out of here. He said, I'm out. He didn't turn up in Bali with Russell Simmons. He could have if we never know. We never know. And I'm wondering if they had a snitch inside too. Like if they knew that he was traveling, somebody had to have said that. He also had a private jet, so keep that in mind. He was traveling with his family. I think this is when they got didn't they get the mule before that though? Brandon Paul sang the tune. I do wonder if Brandon Paul's the mule. We don't know if he's going to testify or not. Yeah, the feds knew he was leaving. Diddy wasn't. He knew that he was leaving. He wasn't just, all right, I'm out of here. No, the feds knew. They specifically used this time. Nothing. No update. Whew. Y'all, I need an energy drink. But we won't have one. We're almost done, I think. But we're waiting. Watch them say, all right, court's in recess, it's adjourned, y'all go home, yada, yada, yada. Sean was too egotistical to flee. He really thought he was untouchable. Yeah. Diddy's ego, he stayed because he thought he was untouchable. Brandon was the Brandon Paul was the mule who was like a basketball player in college. I mean, he really effed up his life there too. You said it makes me wonder if he knew he was getting raided. I don't think he knew he was getting raided. I could be wrong though. I wasn't there. I don't know why people are assuming that he was trying to flee. He wasn't trying to flee. He knew. So the feds knew that he wasn't going to be home. He was flying out of the country with his family. He wasn't. That would have been a whole different charge if that's what he was doing. They were raiding his house. I don't think he was fleeing, but people are assuming that he was fleeing. They gave him clearance. That's right. You said from what I understand, 1 week before the raids, they had him change ways things had been done around his house in Miami, right, DeMarie? That was something too that was said. Something like that was said too. Has Gina H been located? I don't know. Brandon Paul, they took Brandon Paul, and Brandon Paul now has an attorney. So he's not speaking. I don't know if he's testifying. There's a lot of people that we don't know. I mean, we've had, how many people have, this is the 10th person. 10th? 11th? Hold up, let me see. This is the 10th witness. We've had Cassie, security, Israel, Daniel Phillips. Who else? I can't remember. See, it feels like such a long time ago. Now my mind is going blank. Don Richard. Yeah, we've had 10 people total. so far. I'm going to have to write them out a name. Let me see. Maybe that'll refresh my memory. We've had Cassie, LAPD guy, which is Israel Flores. Daniel Phillip, the escort. Who else was after that? I can't remember. Well, her mother for sure. But I'm thinking back from last week. That's how long it seems like it's been. Don Richard. We had Carrie Morgan. There was somebody else before Carrie Morgan. The agent, one of the agents, the arresting agent from the hotel. Yeah, Yassine Banda. That was the arresting agent. We're waiting for updates, guys. We don't have it yet. There was another one. Well, that was David James. Then we had the Punisher. Who else am I missing? I feel like there's somebody else that I'm missing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cassie's mom. I'm missing somebody else. So I have Cassie, the LAPD officer, Israel, the security guy. That I have the hotel security guy. Daniel Phillips, the escort worker. Don Richard, Carrie Morgan. There was the agent, the Banda guy. David James, the Punisher, and Cassie's mom. There's one more. It's supposed to be 10. One more. I'll think of it. I already got Don Richard. Oh, this would be 10th, right? So this would be 10th. This guy right here would be 10th. The Agent Gannon. Yep, that's 10. Okay, we have an update from CNN. CNN says, oh, here we go. Agent broke through Combs' Miami Beach front gate during search. Homeland Security agent testifies. The jury was shown a photo of Sean Combs' Miami Beach home front gate, which was broken. Agents used their vehicles to break through the gate to enter the property. This is what Gannon, a special agent with Homeland Security investigators, testified. He said it was a standard practice when conducting a search warrant as the quickest and safest option to be able to get into the property. They broke right in there. List on your website? Okay. Diddy Docket, do you want to send me a link of your website again? Because I forgot. I got to go to it. But I think I got all 10. I got all 10 now. This would be the 10th person now. Thank you. Yes, come through, Diddy Docket. Shout out to Diddy Docket. Always providing the Diddy receipts. Let me see. Hold up. Oh, I'm like hitting my mic. Let me see. Oh, Lord. Outside of, we're waiting. Do we have an update? Come on, Inner. No update yet. No update. We're waiting. We're waiting, guys. I'm sorry. We don't have any updates yet. We're waiting. You said nada, nada, nada. Yeah, this is too much. It's crazy. Crazy how all this is going down. But at least we have an agent. We have a professional speaking at least. So Diddy was trying to pull a Richard Simmons, huh? A Richard Simmons? I mean, a Russell Simmons? Okay. Did Russell Simmons get his home raided too? It feels like it was such a long time ago. Let me see. Did Russell Simmons get his home raided? No, Russell Simmons never got his home raided. He didn't. He was like, I'm already guilty. I'm out. I'm leaving. I'm gonna be stateless. This person got the name wrong. But he didn't leave though. He planned to leave. They knew he was leaving. Yeah, he's not criminally charged with SA. Russell isn't. That's right. He just bounced. They're trying to get him on the civil cases, but that's also being very difficult. Okay, come on. I need there to be something here. This has been, where are we at? God, I wish I was there. I would be like, I set up my website and then just go, make sure I got everything in there. I want one of those old school typewriters, you know, the ones that like you type and then the thing goes all the way to the end and then you have to, and then every time you type, you have to return it. Yeah, kind of like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he won't pay any of them. He's settled, but he won't pay. Anyways. Oh, come on. Nothing. Let's go. Let's go. Secret cameras from the spy shop. Guys, do me a favor, hit the like button, please, and thank you. I'd appreciate it. You know those old school typewriters? Typewriter's just a typewriter. Come on, you know what the ones that I'm talking about that you're going like do, and then it goes and then you have to go. You have to push the little cartridge thing in order for it. Every time you end the line, that's how it goes. I like those typewriters. My mom used to have one of those when I was a kid, like the was it the Brothers? Those kind. That I didn't even know. Do they still make? What do they make? I think they make printers now. Brothers. Typewriter. Excuse me. Yeah. She used to have the old school ones, the old school typewriters. I can't believe they sell them. They're like $300, y'all. Now someone go send you an old typewriter. No, that's okay. Keep it. Oh my God, Sylvia. Aww. Please, everybody. The only way we can get the court transcripts, we all have to chip in. They're very expensive, and Rabbit does an amazing job breaking it down for us. We're way ahead of other content creators by having these transcripts. Aww. Sylvia, thank you so much for this. Y'all are amazing. Speaking of transcripts, thank you, Sylvia. And again, it's whatever y'all can do. Well, I got to find out if I can get it at the price that I got them last time. So I have to ask. But if you want, you guys have to, whatever y'all chip in, that's amazing. Okay. And it's through the Cash App or the Venmo, whichever way you want to go. That's the best way to do it. But I got to shop. I got to see because I don't think Danny Robertson is going to pull him this time. She might have pulled him. I'll have to ask about Monday, but I don't know. We'll have to see for the other time. If not, I mean, guys, we'll see, man. We'll see. So if you guys want them, you have to chip in, and we don't have to get them expedited right away. We can get them we can get them at the delay. The reason why they're so expensive is because we get them expedited. So keep that in mind. Yes, she's only buying the first week. You're right. It's not enough. So I'll have to check with her. I think she said she might have gotten the ones for Monday yesterday, but I'll have to double check. But Sylvia, thank you so much again for this $49.99. I really appreciate it, y'all. Yeah. You said one of your favorite typewriters was a Selectric that types cursive. I didn't know typewriters typed cursive. Now that's pretty cool. Is there like a break? Intercity Press isn't saying anything. CNN isn't saying anything. Thank you. And I mean, if we can't, I might hold on to the Cash App until we could figure something out, but I'll let you guys know, okay? Meaning like I'll hold on to whatever money you guys donate until I could figure something out. Because if it's not Danny, there might be another creator, but I have to kind of put the word out. Put the word out. We gotta hustle. We gotta hustle and flow this situation. Yes, we do. Stay tuned for tonight, though. There will be a pre-recorded video that I'm dropping tonight. Stay tuned for tonight, please, please, please. Make sure you have your notifications set on all. Let's see. Jonathan Ati. Okay, do we have an update now? Wait, what? Here it is, 13 seconds. So photos of Two-Star Island shown. Government says, why did you have to break open the gate? To make sure bad actors wouldn't have time to put those who would search in danger. What's this photo of? The pool and the pier. Damn. Wasn't his kids like in one of the house? So they're still on the investigating the let me see. They're still talking to the guy. This might take all day, but they only have like what, 8 minutes left? 9 minutes left? Okay. Gerard Gannon, a Department of Homeland Security special agent now testifying, was in charge of planning the raids for Combs' Miami mansion in March of 2024. Combs' Los Angeles property was also raided, but his New York home was not. Combs' Miami mansion is on Star Island, a celebrity-rich neighborhood whose past and present residents include Gloria Estefan, Jennifer Lopez, and Shaquille O'Neal. La J-Lo. Okay, hold up. After review of Two-Star Island floor plans, what did you find here? Gannon says parts of AR-15 or an AR-15 rifle, S-Toys, and Astroglide. Photos of the guns are shown. Oh. Remember that they said at the raids that there was some weapons that were defaced, and that's like illegal. You can't be defacing weapons, guys. If you have a weapon, don't deface it. Coco's mom. Oh my God. Thank you. Appreciate it. I will save this. Oh, thank you. I'm going to put this on the side, Coco's mom, okay? Hopefully we'll get it, but I can't make any promises, guys. I'm just letting you guys know I'll do my best. See if I can find somebody. I will do it. And if not, I might just contact the Southern District of New York and find out if we don't get them right away, like what the cost would be if we can get them some other day. Yeah, if you scratch the serial number off of the thing, that's considered what, defacing, so you can get in trouble for that. Yeah. Yeah, don't forget about the guns. We forgot about the guns. We did. Coco's mom, thank you, my love. Thank you again, Coco's mom. Hold up. And I wonder if they're going to talk about the defaced weapons. Do we have an update? No, not yet. CNN has an update for us. It's time for the prosecution to establish true criminal intent, former prosecutors say. This is their legal analyst basically saying that as day 7 of the Sean Diddy Combs trial continues, prosecutors are being quoted. What the prosecution has to present, and they're starting out quite slowly, in my opinion, is getting an S trafficking, getting to control over people, whether it's the escorts, the S workers, and of course, Cassie Ventura. If they don't get to the S trafficking, they don't get their conviction. Oh, hold up. Sorry, y'all. I got interrupted. They don't get to their conviction. They probably need to move on from this and start tying together his control of other people. Okay. Do we have an update? No. CNN says it is done by the prosecution to try and preempt the defense argument that Combs was wasted. I think what the prosecution is trying to say is no, he knew exactly what he was doing. So they're just giving an overview and opinion about where they're at with establishing, a RICO, basically. Have they made their case? I think that they have. I think that they're getting there. Prosecutors brought up photos of Combs' Star Island home as it was raided by special agents and explained how agents executed search warrants on the Miami property. So the home is 20,000 square feet. He noted that the agents cleared the house and were assigned in teams of two to each search. Photographers were taking photos of items before they were bagged with descriptions of each items and where it would be found. Gannon said it was a big job to compile an itemized list and that he went through every piece of evidence to break it down into categories. Yo, I don't know if you guys remember those photos from when his house was raided. It was a lot. Let me see. I think I might have some actually. Because they were released on Twitter. Let me see. Diddy house raided. I remember we were live watching the raids for hours upon hours when that happened. They had body cam footage of the house raid. Yep. Give me one sec. Hold up. Let me see. You guys remember that while we wait? I don't know if you guys remember this part right here. Thank you, Coco's mom. I appreciate it, but I'm gonna hold on to it. Thank you. I hope you had a good appointment, by the way. This was it. Remember they had their kids in handcuffs? This was the raid. Hold up. Then he was over here with girl over here while the raids were happening. Okay. Oh my God, no, let's not show that picture. They were going in on those house raids. They like messed up the rooms. Lord, I have to be careful what I show on Twitter. Twitter, you do too much. Let me see. That's too much. CNN said jury sees parts of the AR-15, the AR-15s found in Combs' master bedroom. The jury saw photos of each of the items found in one of the closets in the master bedroom of Sean Combs' Miami Beach home. Law enforcement agents raided the house in 2024. Special agents Gerard Gannon testified that agents found platform high heels. Ooh, hold up. They found platform high heels, S toys, baby oil, personal lube, lingerie in the closet. They also found upper and lower receivers of AR-15s, which are part of the weapons. Gannon said that the team was not able to determine the maker of one of the AR-15s rifles recovered in the closet. Remember, one of those had been defaced. Sitting in the witness stand, Gannon held up evidence bags holding AR-15 upper receivers. Gannon put on rubber gloves and held one of the receivers for the jury. He said there was zip ties securing the guns, so it's not able to be fired. Lord have mercy, y'all. Oh my God. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, y'all. I don't know what to say. What do y'all think? Diddy's Playboy Mansion? Well, I mean, it's like, I don't know. It's something else. There's something that's not being Lindell. You know what? I'm gonna need your shirt. You're gonna have to buy a shirt that says there's something that's not being said here. I swear you say that about everybody. Lord have mercy. Yo, after a while, I'm like, what in the Hugh Hefner was he doing? What was he doing? You know? There's something not being said here. I'm dead. I'm done. I'm done. You gonna make him a shirt that says there's something not being said here. I know, I think it's funny. But what's not being said here? Look at Lindell. Shout out to Lindell's trying. I can only imagine what they found in the LA home. Well, what did they find? Because we don't think we don't know everything that was found, right? We really don't. Yes, he should have. Yeah, you say that again. He should have. He really should have. You said Diddy's defense team could really use Lindell's assistance. Lindell's like, come on, guys. I'm just trying to see the other side. All right, hold up. Do we have an update? Are we going in here today? They started late because there were some jurors that were late. Okay. Agent Gannon says these magazines were loaded with bullets. What do these show? The serial numbers have been cut off. There's the deface. There's the deface thing. Remember? When we're talking about, oh, he had like deface things. That's it right there. And I think that's like a federal crime, right? Like you're not supposed to deface your weapons or something. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine all that is being missed in between these updates? There's got to be more going on. This is why the transcripts are important, California girl. They take time to make those videos, but let me say it's definitely important. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you have to face like stuff, magazines or, you know, weapons, that's definitely what, like a federal offense, right? You can't have no deface guns or anything. My understanding, but I'm not an expert. I don't know. Boom. I don't know, man. Can't be defacing things, y'all. Do we have an update? Let's go. There's no update yet. It's a federal charge. That's what I thought. I was like, isn't it a federal charge to deface things? Like, you're not supposed to do that. I think that's an actual crime. People are saying, yeah, pretty sure it's a crime. You're not supposed to deface your weapons. It's not good. No bueno. In Florida, it could be a misdemeanor. To deface a weapon, it's a... Hold up. You said Florida? Pretty sure it's federal. You said, okay. Hold up. In Florida, removing a firearm serial number is a third-degree felony. It's a felony. Punishable for up to 5 years in prison with a $5,000 fine. So it's a possessing a firearm with an altered or missing serial number is a first-degree misdemeanor, punishable by 365 days in jail with a $1,000 fine. So I guess it just depends. If you're altering things, that could be a little bit different. And this is in Miami. Welcome to Miami. All right, hurry up. That's in Miami where you can face those charges. Y'all, if we don't get done here, federal Trump state charges, and besides, Diddy is in federal court, not state court, so it's a moot point, says Miss J. That's interesting. Let's see. Had a doctor's appointment and missed a lot. See, always doing too much. See? Florida. Shout out to everybody from Florida. I know I have a lot of people from Florida here. I wonder if why would you cut off the numbers if it weren't tied to any crimes? I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe it's a thing to do, but I always assume that if you're like cutting off numbers of a weapon, maybe there's a connection from the weapon to the crime. That's what I'm thinking. All right. The guns were found in Diddy's master bedroom, says Miss J. Okay. I think they said, right? There were different locations from the two houses. We're waiting. Okay, here we go. Let's turn to two more exhibits. What are these? Gannon says the ammunition we found. And these platform high heels, how high are they? 7 inches. This may be a good place to break for the day. Dun, dun, dun. Are we breaking? Are we done for the day? Hold up. Are we done for the day? This may be a good place to break for the day. So they found the 7-inch high heels. This may be a good place to break. That's what I thought too, that if there's no need to scratch off those numbers unless you're, past or future crimes, there's no need for him to own a gun except to commit a crime. Well, sometimes people own guns though, just to own them, but I don't know. I think all of it is illegal. You can't be defacing any of it. You can't deface a magazine. You can't deface the actual gun. Oh, that gun. Gotcha. Aren't they engraved? So it takes a bit of work to deface or erase. It's criminal activity, period. Shout out to you, Whitney. Shout out to you. I've never been to Florida. I want to go. I know I could totally go. Tickets are cheap. I could probably go one of these days. But I'm waiting until baby when he gets a little bit older. It's on my bucket list to travel a little bit more in the next couple of years. I would like to do that. I want to be a flight attendant. That's what I wanted to do. Like if I were to retire from working in government, I was like, I want to be a flight attendant after, like, because I can't just sit down and do nothing. This is kind of how I am. That's on my bucket list to be a flight attendant. I don't know why. I think it'd be fun. Let's see. We're waiting. So this is where they break. Did the judge agree to break? Hold up. Let's see where we're at. Let's see. Are we done for the day? Are we done? Are we done for the day? Yes, no. Where are we at? Okay, break for the day. That's it. I think they're breaking for the day. That's it. That's all. It is 3 p.m. and they're done for the day? Yeah, it's over. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. I need you guys to do me a favor and check your notifications. I'm not going live tonight, but I will be doing a pre-recorded video and reading out Cassie's first day of testimony. There's so many details in there that were not reflected upon the journalists or anywhere else. Make sure you guys have your notification on. I will see you guys tonight on a pre-recorded in the chat. I will see you guys later. Consider supporting the chat. Hit the like button, and I will see you guys later. Bye, guys. Bye. Ooh, bye.